Middle School in Chemung Township School District. I'm delighted to see so many people. This room is good and full on a nice St. Patrick's Day. I see a nice flurry of green out there as well. I'd like to start our day by pledging our flag. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It is my pleasure to open the NJPSA Council meeting, which will be followed by our annual membership meeting and legislative conference. Let us begin with the March 2017 Council meeting. There is one item of business that must be addressed at our council meeting, and that is simply to approve the minutes of the December 2016 council meeting. Only those wearing badges with council ribbons, yellow council ribbons, may vote on the minutes. Say that again, Pat?
Sorry. Your ribbons now.
Yeah, I know it. Council ribbons. If you have a ribbon, you're free to vote. Do I hear a motion to accept the minutes of the December council meeting? Fidelia? And do I have a second?
Second.
Emil. Now I need a motion to adjourn the council meeting. Vote. We need to vote. All in favor? Okay. Anybody opposed? Okay. Thank you. And that's approved. Now I need a motion to adjourn this quick council meeting. Got it? And a second? All right. All approve? All those that approve of concluding the meeting. Such a fast meeting, I can't even get it together. Anybody opposed? Okay. And our council meeting is now closed. Now I'd like to officially open the NJPSA annual membership meeting. To all the members who are here today, let me say good morning, welcome, and thank you for all you do. And again, it's such a pleasure to see such a full room. I think I'm so excited because this room hasn't been this full, I think, all year long. So thank you all for making time to come out. We all know that we have, this discussion is of the most important legislative and educational issues facing principals and supervisors in New Jersey today. It is only fitting in this major New Jersey election year that our first order of business is to move the slate of New Jersey NJPSA officers and board members for the upcoming year. It is my pleasure to present our 2017-2018 state slate of officers for your consideration. In accordance with the NJPSA Constitution, Nominating Committee, Article 2.0, the NJPSA Nominating Committee, chaired by past President, my friend, Amy Stella. Stand, Amy, so everybody sees your face. She loves it. Stand. We recommend a slate of officers and board members to the NJPSA Board of Directors. There have been no contestants, no challenges to the slate of officers. Nobody wanted to challenge our folks that are standing. So the slate of officers and board members represents the designated areas of the state, school categories, titles, and grade levels, including urban representation. All these categories are listed on the ballot. Does everyone have a ballot? Okay. A vote of the membership is required for their election, and pursuant to the NJPSA Constitution and bylaws, that vote may be now by acclamation. So I'd like to announce the slate of officers and board members, and please stand. So for our president, my friend, Rodney Logan. My other friend, Heather Moran, president-elect. Vice President Ralph Ayala, Treasurer, no comments from the peanut gallery. Rodney, next year I'll get you back. Treasurer Patrick McCabe. Is Patrick here? I don't see Patrick. Recording Secretary Paul Christopher. He's in the back. Board Member Damian Medina. He's not here, right? And I don't see Robin Moore Green, not yet. She's another board member. And board member Michael Vanella. Is Michael here? Okay. All in favor of supporting the slate of officers and board members, say aye. Those opposed? Clearly, ayes have it. Please join me as we congratulate and welcome the newly elected NJPSA officers who will take place. And they will take office on July 1st, 2017. July 1st. Inside joke. Rodney, you get this on July 1st. You don't have to pull it away from me like I had to do somebody else. Okay. As we welcome our new leaders, we must also recognize the strong leaders who have served us with commitment and distinction. I ask Colleen Gravel, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Is Colleen here? Colleen. I ask Colleen to stand and be recognized for her distinguished service on the board as a recording secretary for 2 consecutive terms, 2011 to 2014 and 2014 to 2017. Can stand. And Colleen, can you come forward? It was a long time to keep up with the notes. Here you go. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is Magda Savini here? Magda? I will say thank you in her absence. She's a director in Jersey City Public Schools to stand, and she's not here, but we'd like to recognize her distinguished service on our board from 2014 through 2017. Let's give her a hand in her absence. My favorite, Tom Storer, please stand.
I only assume you want me to come up.
Oh my gosh, I was just about to say, Tom, as everyone should know, and if you don't know, he's our resident comedian. He keeps us laughing. But in addition to that, he has served as our NASSP state coordinator for 2 terms, 2011, 2014, and 2014, 2017. As a board member, council member, as well as his county president. As he transitions into retirement, we want to wish him well. We admire and appreciate his wit. And sometimes I'm at the receiving end of his wit and his jokes, and his service to our association.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, you want to give me my present, please?
Tom is retiring as well, so I think that means we should give him another big round of applause. Lucky man. And Gita is not here today. She's unable to be in attendance, but she's a principal of Warren County Technical Schools, and she had also, we'd like to recognize her for her distinguished service to our board from 2015 to 2017. So we thank all of those people that are here and those in their absence for their willingness to serve our association. Our next order of business is to recognize true excellence in our leadership ranks. It is with great pride that I have an opportunity to announce the winners of the NJPSA Visionary Leadership Awards this year. So Visionary Principal of the Year Elementary Level and NAESP National Distinguished Principal, Tammy Bowling Jenkins, the Principal of Hillsborough School District. Is Tammy here? Well, she's not here, but we will have an opportunity to meet her throughout the year and to wish her well at other meetings. Our Visionary Principal of the Year Secondary Level and NASSP MetLife Principal of the Year, John Farinella, Principal Rahway School District. He's over in the back. Congratulations. Congratulations. Visionary Assistant Principal of the Year and NASSP Assistant Principal of the Year, Brad Curry, Chester Township School District. Brad? Okay. Again, we will have an opportunity to congratulate him in person, certainly at the fall conference. We'll get a chance to meet these folks and hear their stories. And Visionary Supervisor, Director of the Year, Monica Carmichael, Director of Early Childhood Education in the Trenton School District. Is Monica here? If not, we can also congratulate her as well. We congratulate them for their vision, dedication, and their excellent leadership in their respective schools. I also want to again recognize Assistant Principal Brad Curry of Chester Township School District. He's been identified by our National Association, NASSP, as one of 3 finalists for the National Assistant Principal of the Year Award. Congratulations, Brad, on this recognition and success among this national field of candidates. We are proud of your national recognition and accomplishments here in your home state of New Jersey. That's quite an accomplishment. As this year's president, I'm pleased to report that the state of our association is strong and sound, which is awesome. For the 6th consecutive year, I can announce that our membership has grown. Last year, our membership reached an all-time high of 6,487 premier members. That's amazing. Give us a cheer. This year, our membership numbers are already greater than our membership number at this same time last year. So there are many people coming into our profession, wanting to be a part of our association, and I think that's pretty amazing. And because of our strong membership base, your strong support of the programs at FEA, sound association fiscal practices, and the excellent leadership of our Executive Director, Pat Wright, the association has determined for the 5th consecutive year to maintain the 2013 dues structure of our association. So that means no raise in dues. We're not going to be raising the price of our dues, and we thank our association for that gift to us 5 years in a row. I also need to remind you the foundation of a strong association is active participation in the organization. I urge you, and that's how I got started, to get involved in committees, seek an NJPSA leader, contact a leader, contact your legislators in response to our action alerts, and there are many, 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 many action alerts now coming out on Thursdays. Get involved in your county associations. I happen to give a plug. I'm in Burlington County, and our association is very, very involved, thanks to our leadership of Denise King. We have a very strong county association. Tom has one in Camden County. Please get involved, because that's where it really matters. It will strengthen you personally and professionally as a school leader. A great starting point for engagement will occur this spring with our regional meetings with staff members, NJPSA coming to your region of the state. I actually saw that in the action alert. It was an email this week or an action alert, because I looked at mine. It's May 3rd in Cinnamon High School. I plan to be there in Burlington County, so it came out in our emails. Please look for those, because they're an important way for you and your colleagues across New Jersey to stay informed about the latest developments in your legislation, the state budget, advocacy, collective bargaining negotiations, legal issues, professional development, and the all-important latest news about our pensions. Pensions. As someone who's been in 25 now, pensions are really an interest of mine. I encourage you to attend the regional meeting in your area and to spread the word among your colleagues. The schedule of regional meetings has been included in the digital folder, so if you didn't catch it in your email this week, it is in your digital folder for today's conference. Mark your calendars. So now I'm looking for Bob Murphy. Is Bob Murphy coming up to discuss a very important way for you to support our advocacy work. Most of you know Bob as the Director of Retirement Services. Yeah, Bob is Mr. Retirement now. But you may not also realize that he serves as a newly elected chair of our Political Action Committee, NJPSA PAC.
And the top of the morning to y'all. I see enough green, maybe not enough. Usually there's more people who wish they were Irish on this day, but good morning. I'm here to talk to you about a change we are making in the way that you can help support the Political Action Committee. In the past, there's only been one way. You write a check, you mail it in. For those of you who remember long enough, it was part of your annual dues form, and then we found out that we had to create a Chinese wall in order to keep the political action money completely separate from the monies within PSA. Hence, we have a separate checking account, separate bylaws, separate everything in terms of the Political Action Committee. And what the money in those accounts permits our government relations people to do is to go to the activities, in many cases that do charge admission or access fees, maybe a better way to look at it, and meet with those who are running for various political positions. Excuse me. What we have found is, especially when we have a captured audience or our members, nobody writes checks anymore. Very rare. Everything's done online. We used to say, take out your checkbooks, everybody write a check, you can put them out in the hall. You still can do that today with a political action table out there. But we've tried to make it as easy as possible, and we'll be sending information out to membership in order to do that. If you go to the main page and go up to Resources and Information, we now have a link for NJPAC. When you click on that link, there's a donate button, and it'll take you to an account where you can put in, if you have a PayPal account, you can use the PayPal account. If you want to use a check, your credit card, you can make a donation of any denomination. It provides the opportunity for us to be able to do the lobbying in a political venue which normally wouldn't be able to take place if we didn't have the funds to be able to do that. We have a very important year coming up. Every member in the legislature is up for election, and we're electing a governor. A lot of things you're going to be hearing today when we talk about pensions, school funding. All of those activities are things that these folks will be able to talk to people in a more informal, formal setting with your help. So I encourage you to go on now. If you're using a mobile device, it may still not be accessible. When you go to the menu, you may not see that the pack. We're working on it. But on your computer, you can do that, and you'll be able to donate that way. Or you can donate using the forms that are in your, if you put a credit card information there, they will be able to scan that in. Okay? So we thank you for your support, and hopefully we'll be able to do better business for you with more money to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, and I can say that I had forgotten myself. I walked out, I saw the table right here, I turned back around, and I did write my check. So there's my shameless plug as well. Please make sure you contribute to our PAC. No donation is too small. Now, I urge everyone here, now it's time to support candidates also who support our public schools. On that note, I adjourn the annual membership meeting portion of today's activities, and I'm pleased to open the legislative conference. But we've done so much in 15 minutes. Oh my goodness. 3 different meetings, right, at this point. So it's my pleasure to greet our members, colleagues from state associations, legislators, legislative staff, and representatives of the New Jersey Department of Education. As president of NJPSA, I'm proud to extend a special welcome to distinguished members of the New Jersey State Board of Education who have joined us today. And is Edith Fulton? Edith Fulton is here. Welcome. Good morning. We want to thank you for your dedication to the school children of New Jersey. I especially want to thank every NJPSA member for joining us today. At this time, it is my pleasure to turn our attention to our truly excellent program we have for you today. I'm pleased to introduce our esteemed Executive Director, Pat Ray, esteemed and my friend, from her remarks and introduction of our first speaker. I see you smiling. Acting Commissioner Kimberly Harrington. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pat Wright.
Good morning, everyone. Come on, it's St. Patrick's Day. Little energy here. I should have everybody sing When I Wish I Was Smiling. No, huh? Okay. It's okay. But good morning, everyone. And I just want to extend my congratulations to the new board members and to the new officers at PSA, and also to extend my great thanks to those people who were mentioned this morning who now lead the board. I can't tell you what an important position that is, and we urge everybody, as Nicole said, to get as involved as possible in our association, because we're only as good as the strength of your involvement. So thank you again for being here. As you know, I think the world, I'm just about to say that New Jersey schools face many challenges, and definitely one of those is this sense of uncertainty, but I think the world has a sense of uncertainty. Certainly our country has a sense of uncertainty. And in Washington, with a new Secretary of Education who has a very unproven track record and a personal agenda to promote school choice, we have that going on at the national level. In Trenton, we have school funding changes are the focus of some very serious discussions currently. We have the new state ESSA plan, which you're going to hear more about this morning. And we have our pension and health benefits that are becoming increasingly uncertain. And so we also have gubernatorial and legislative campaigns that are well underway. And so a transition in state government looms upon us also. So these looming changes, and I know you've heard it from a couple of people now, really underscore, never before have I stood up here at the legislative conference and really, really emphasize to you how important it is to donate to our PAC. Right? Our advocacy team needs your support in order to work with the critical people who are going to be making the critical decisions related to our schools and to our own careers. So I really urge you, I guess you have all the you've gotten the message now. We tried to simplify the way that you can donate to PAC, but it's PAC now. If ever there was a time, it's definitely PAC now. We are going ahead with implementing a new federal law, the Every Student Succeeds Act in 2017 and 2018, amongst a lot of conflicting messages from the Trump administration and from Congress, and the newest being the budget, the new regulations around ESSA, and also the budget put forth by the president, which slashes education funding. Our Department of Education has already publicly released the ESSA state plan for comments, and that public comment period ends this Monday, March 20th. But we encourage all of you to submit comments if you have them on the plan. The digital folder contains a link where you can submit those comments. One thing I'd like to do before I introduce our first speaker, Acting Commissioner Kimberly Harrington, is to thank her and her ESSA plan development team. They have done a fantastic job, a very tough job, a very long job. I mean, it has been how many months and months and months. I'm looking at Diana when we first started this conversation quite a while ago. The job that they have done in seeking input on the plan, which was really supposed to be something where there was supposed to be great stakeholder outreach and conversations around plan development. And I can say confidently that that has occurred, and I also feel very confident that the comments that we intend to deliver to the department either later this afternoon or early Monday morning, and any comments that you make as individuals will be taken seriously and will be reviewed by the Department of Education, and that they are open to potential revisions around this point. I'm also confident that NJPSA will continue to have a seat at any table talking about the implementation as we move forward with ESSA and any possible revisions as we move through the implementation process. So I want to introduce a person I have the utmost respect for as a lead educator, Acting Commissioner of Education, Kimberly Harrington. I had known Kimberly now for a few years, and I worked really closely with her when she was Chief Academic Officer. Not only is she a leader with a passion for student learning, but she has been a strong partner with NJPSA in collaborative efforts to really enhance teaching, leading, and learning in New Jersey. Commissioner Harrington, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Okay, I'm a fidgeter, so I'm going to try and put this mic down and hope that you can hear. Can you hear me okay if I'm not holding the mic? I see Jay nodding, and he's all the way in the back. So if he can hear me, I'm assuming that the rest of you can. I see a sea of green. Very exciting this morning. Happy St. Patrick's Day. It's my youngest son's birthday today, too, so it's a super special day for us and our family. Who knew I'd get a leprechaun 14 years ago? But anyway, pot of gold for sure. So I just wanted to thank Pat for her comments and for her partnership, her mentorship, especially for me as a woman in leadership, and also just in this role as being just incredibly humbled. I know I've spoken to so many of you before. I am just truly humbled every day to be serving in this capacity, really advocating for all of our children here in the state, but getting to do that by collaborating and supporting with outstanding educators. And so Pat talked a lot about changing times and uncertainty, and certainly when we're in the midst of that, it's a difficult place to be. Most of us don't like change. It's difficult, and especially in our work where we are working with children day in and day out, we know that for their sake, consistency and stability are really important. And so I come to you today to share my remarks, but also to let you know that I am one of those strange people who truly loves against change, and but respects the ripple effect that change can often have. And so seeing myself as a change agent and being able to serve in this role coupled together, I think truly is a great combination, because it allows me to really navigate what can sometimes be tricky waters in making sure that first and foremost we're thinking about the impacts and effects that all changes have on our children here in the state. And so beginning my remarks, I just wanted to say to you that I am incredibly grateful to educators. I am incredibly grateful for the work that happens here in our state on behalf of children, from the classroom level with our teachers, on up through our principals and our vice principals, our supervisors, and then our central office leadership, our superintendents, our business administrators who often get left out of the picture but are so critical to our work, and our school board members. And so being in this position, I'm so privileged to get to work together. I truly believe that collaboration and working together is how we do great things for children. That there are many difficult conversations to have, and sometimes we have to agree to disagree, but when we always keep at the forefront that all of our passions are to serve children and to bring the best to them, I believe that we can bring about great change for the children here in New Jersey. And so one of the things when I became the commissioner that I requested that I was allowed to do would be to visit schools regularly. Number one, it serves as an oxygen bubble for me, to be back among children, those that I serve, being mindful of who it is at the forefront of everything I do, and also an opportunity to thank educators for the outstanding work that they do, and to see and celebrate best practices, and to share those practices. So many times I say we close our doors and hatch our own chicks, and we don't need to do that. We need to work collaboratively together. So I have been so incredibly fortunate over the last, since October, however many months that is, I've lost track, to visit so many schools and districts, many classrooms, and one of the non-negotiables for me on my school visits is that I get to talk to children. I don't care how old they are. They all have a story to tell. They all can tell me things about how they like to learn and what they learn. And then the older the children are, certainly the stronger those opinions are. And so those school visits have really been a gift, and I see a lot of familiar faces, and I want to thank you so much, those of you who've opened your doors to me and allowed me to come in and to see you and celebrate alongside you. We have many of our elected officials, some I know will be coming later today, but who have also invited me to go with them to some of the schools in their districts to see the things that are happening and to share their concerns and obstacles so that we can partner together around this great work. And so when I go and I visit schools and I'm talking to children, there's some key messages that I'm starting to hear over and over again, especially among our middle high school students, but even our youngest learners are expressing to me their deep love for getting to do activities and projects and getting to learn working with each other, but also in projects that they feel bring things together. And as I work with older students and they tell me those things, they start to put, for me, into a picture what I like to say is bringing context to content. And so I'm so grateful to our educators who hear those student voices alongside me, but who are truly doing the hard work, the heavy lift, both teachers and you all as administrators, making those changes come true for our children. Because in their changing world, when we don't bring the content to them in context, and we continue to deliver it in an isolated fashion, they move through a day as a whole child. I know a lot of our organizations are having conferences around the whole child and the critical need for us to be focused on that. And one aspect is when we recognize that children, especially our older students who are departmentalized, move through a day collecting skill sets and skills from each of the classes that they attend and try to make sense of it in the world around them. I say children are wonderful observers, but terrible interpreters. And so they see and hear and feel change around them, but they don't always understand it. And so I'm so grateful today to you for bringing that content to them in context to their world in a way that makes them own their own learning experiences and the learning that comes with it forever, because they didn't memorize it for a single moment. The second thing that I hear from students is that they like when they can solve something on their own. Just recently, last week, in fact, my Deputy Commissioner Pete Schulman is here, and he and I attended a school visit together, and it was really incredibly powerful because one of the things that the students told us that just blew me away was that they said what they really love most is when a teacher gives them a problem to solve, but doesn't give them a worksheet or a lab report or a process that takes them step by step how they solve the problem. They love when they're given the problem and then they're allowed to try to figure it out and find a solution on their own. And I watched in classrooms as students, whether it was mathematics or AP history, gathered around tables talking about a problem that they were to solve, and the teacher was facilitator, moving through that process, hearing that student voice, teaching that lesson, and we all know, many of us who have served as administrators, our roots began in the classroom. And we know that being a facilitator is an incredibly challenging and difficult job. And so to see that in action, to know and recognize the dedication and the time that goes into planning lessons like that, and then to hear the opposite side, the student voice, recognizing and acknowledging how much they appreciate that, brings real meaning to our work. And the last thing I want to share with you that I hear from our students over and over again, and this one's a little touchy for me because I hear this on all age levels, is their stress. And so I think there are a lot of contributors to student stress, but when we think about that whole child and we think about the safety of a child, it's not just keeping them physically safe in a building, but how do we help them to have strategies and coping mechanisms and ways to talk and understanding that stress is a part of our lives, but how we manage that stress is what keeps it manageable for us. And this is a really critical conversation because in pushing on students further to probe into that, they readily acknowledge that some of that stress is self-induced, that they want to have the top grade, they want to be the top performer in their class. They recognize that some of that comes from a home environment, but they also recognize a lot of times what I hear is that the amount of homework they have, and then couple that with their wanting to please their parents, their teachers, and themselves, really becomes a heavy burden. And so in many of my school visits, I'm seeing incredibly exciting practices being brought into schools, giving children places to practice mindfulness. I'm visiting a school next month where I actually happened to see the students on a Twitter feed that was out there who have begun a whole program in their school teaching about mindfulness, and the students are training teachers, and now they did some parent meetings, and now they're actually going, they've been asked to speak nationally about their work. And so these are really exciting things where students are having a strong voice, and you as educators are hearing and recognizing that voice and bringing them in on the process. And so talking about voice and student voice and thanking educators for recognizing that need, it brings me to the next level of conversation, which is not just that these collaborative conversations need to be happening in our districts, but we need to be doing them at the department in all of our work. And so as Pat shared about the ESSA team, who I'll introduce to you in just a few moments, I could not be prouder to be a collaborative leader alongside such an incredible staff, because one of the big asks I've had from the get-go has been that we don't do work in isolation within our office walls, but that in all the work we do, we are richly engaging all of the stakeholders who need to have a voice on behalf of children in our conversations. And so in our ESSA work, we have had requirements around stakeholder engagement. And what I've learned all too often in my roles as an educator is that when we ask for a voice or we ask for feedback, it's often too late in the process to truly inform the work. And this ESSA team has gone above and beyond in terms of stakeholder engagement, from in-person engagement to online engagement, to responding personally to every email that comes in, to really reach out far, far in advance of when this plan began to even take shape at all, to make sure that the voices of our children, raised through all of the educators, all of our supporters, our board members, our community members, our parent advocacy groups, have been heard to inform this plan. And not have they just been heard, as so often happens, but they've been heard and listened to. A key difference, because when we listen, it impacts our work. And so this plan has taken shape from the voices that have been shared. It wasn't a plan that was written and then we tried to retrofit, if any, feedback into it. And I'm incredibly proud to be moving this ESSA package forward, which you'll hear more about, knowing that it truly represents a collaborative voice, not just a department voice. And so I just wanted to share with you that although much of this work has happened over the last year or more, just in the last month since we published our draft report online for people to give us feedback on, we've heard from over 500 people via email and surveys. We have engaged with 150 people in live webinars. And the team has conducted over 25 in-person visits, all the way from Cape May to Sussex, because you know what else has happened here? When we get out to do stakeholder engagement, it's usually where we can get to it close and easily. But for those of us to travel and make sure that we're getting to the southernmost points and the northernmost points, to make sure that all of our voices are heard on behalf of children, is critical and is happening here in this project. And so we're really excited to be building on a strong foundation. I won't steal my team's thunder in talking about where some of the changes that are happening nationally impact us and don't impact us, but I'm really proud to say that we have been taking advantage of every possibility under ESSA to provide flexibility. And so over and over, your voices come into play. I spoke to Pat and a group of other educational leaders from the state yesterday about this, and I thanked them. I thanked them for continuing to raise their voices around the issues that are most critical, that stand out to them in the ESSA package, because we are hearing them, and we will be making adjustments to make sure that we are representing what is truly best for New Jersey students and giving as much power to our districts who are closest to those children and know those communities that they serve the best. And so I hope that you will see, as the group presents to you, that we are trying to better coordinate and align our supports so that we make sure that we are supporting every child, every school, and every district. And I chose the word support on purpose because we know that top-down approaches don't work. We are in this together. We need to come alongside you, and we need to find out what it is you need and then how best to provide those supports and resources. So I'm really excited about moving forward on this work. For me, the shared voices and collaboration do not stop here. This is just the beginning, but then as we move forward and we look at what we know is the hardest part and the deepest part of change is in implementation, that we're really being mindful of that. I want to shift there also to talk about, when we talk about stakeholder engagement around ESSA and how we are trying to go about business at the department differently, I want to talk to you for a moment about Park. Because this is an opportunity, a real opportunity, to be celebrating the changes of educators and the voices of educators. We shifted to a new assessment, which is never easy. I was in the classroom still when we shifted to NJASC. It was a difficult adjustment, and it took several years before we got to where we needed to be. But in the classroom level, expressing my frustrations about the assessment, the ways that it impacted my students, and the way I felt left in the blind, I felt that I didn't have a voice or wasn't making an impact at all. But as we listen, truly listen to educators in our state, giving feedback about Park, and we think about the changes that can be made, I am so proud and grateful to you for continuing to express what's working and what's not working, and to see that list being, like our curriculum, a living, breathing thing, so that what isn't working and what's an obstacle 2 years ago, now we're saying, you know what, that seems to be unstuck or moving, but here are other hurdles. And so we're hearing those, and I just want to acknowledge and I want to thank you for your voices, but because of your voices, we now went from 2 testing windows to 1 testing window. We reduced the number of questions and the number of testing time because we were hearing over and over again the importance of that. Resonating with me as a former educator was the need for timely data. We realize and recognize in year 1, still way off track. In year 2, doing better, and we only hope to improve from here. But getting information to you months sooner so that you can be thinking and preparing how you support your communities, how you make decisions for your children, and then also making sure that the information that is coming back to you to support your teachers in the classroom and your parents as they look to certainly have what is best for their individual child or children, making sure that the information you get actually tells you something and can inform instructional changes in the classroom. I want to thank you for your feedback, asking for us to consider a summer administration of the mathematics assessment. We are now offering that. And that came from you with a request that we often have students who are taking algebra, and then maybe they need to take it over the summer, and they want to then do their take Park so that they can move on in their coursework, so that this doesn't come at a semester or 2 semesters after they completed the classroom work. The other obstacle we see sometimes for need for summer assessment for mathematics is that we see children who may have been misplaced in a track, who maybe, whether it's the school recognizing or the child saying, I want to be in a different place. I want to be taking geometry in my freshman year. And we recognize that what these children need, regardless of what pathway they choose post-secondary, are a skill set that starts much sooner. And so that summer window allows us again to listen to children who want to take and get ahead, who want to take that course over the summer and then complete the assessment so that they could start geometry in their 9th grade year. So thank you for continuing to raise the voice on behalf of your children. And lastly, those of you who are tech savvy, which I am not, I am definitely a digital immigrant, but I thank those of you who continue to push hard for saying what isn't working in our tech enhancements within the test as you work and have your teachers and your media specialists working with students, but not just what's not working or what we could do better, but where you see places where we could improve, because we are meeting children where they are not immigrants. They are natives to the digital world. They don't remember a time when technology did not exist. And so if we are going to meet them in a place where their world exists and their future exists in terms of their careers, we must be mindful that we too are ever changing. And so for these voices and expressed concerns, I thank you and keep them coming so that we continue to make adjustments. And as I close out my talk with you today, I just want to call us back among difficult times and difficult conversations to what will truly bring sustainable change for our children here in New Jersey, is that students are at the forefront of every conversation we have. When students are at the beginning of the conversation, it is a game changer. We do a lot of talking about adults. We do a lot of talking about it, how it impacts us, makes our jobs harder, the concerns that we have. But when we frame every conversation, especially the difficult ones, around the students, what we're going to do to make it better for the students, to help students be successful, to help students reach their dreams post-secondary, it is a true education game-changing moment, because we approach the subject differently when who we serve is at the forefront. And so I challenge all of us to make sure that in our conversations, together and with others, with parents in our communities, with board members, etc., that our legislators who work on our behalf to help us leverage change for children, that the children are at the forefront, and I challenge you one step deeper. Bring the children to the conversation. They have incredible thoughts. They have incredible ideas, and they are deeply in touch with their changing world and what they need and where they feel they're falling behind. So please listen to them. Please continue to advocate for them, to raise voices for them on their behalf, and give them a space to raise their own voices. I thank you again so much for all you do every day, and I thank you for the ways in the last few months that you have truly informed my work with this enormous task to serve all of our children here in New Jersey. And so at this time, I'm going to pass it back to Nicole. I thought I was passing it to my team. So since I'm passing it to Nicole, I just want to celebrate my team. Just take a moment here to say that I have my Deputy Commissioner, Pete Schulman here, Diana Pasculi, and James Riddlesberger, you will know from our ESSA team. And I just want to thank them publicly for your incredible hours of work, for your dedication, for all of your listening, and for being ever mindful to my plea to make sure students are in every conversation. Thank you.
And Commissioner scattered off so quickly, I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your remarks. I'm going, wait! But thank you for your remarks, and thank you for your dedication to listening to leaders and for working with our students. I'm going to just give a personal shout here. She was kind enough to actually come to one of the high schools in my county and speak with a young women's group, a women's leadership group. And it was an amazing event for the young ladies. She was very authentic with the girls, and they really did enjoy their time. So when Commissioner says that she listens to the voices of students, she really does. And my own daughter was part of that group, and she really enjoyed it. And they're hoping that maybe they'll get a part 2 at some point in time. So at this point in time, it's time for us to get into the details of our proposed ESSA, which will impact everyone in the room. We are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of leaders, and Commissioner Harrington started telling you these are certainly folks who are no strangers to us. Every time we have a conversation about ESSA here at NJPSA, one of these 3 folks is present in that conversation as well. We suggest that you access a digital folder for today's conference to follow the PowerPoint that will be on our screens to learn more about our speakers. Over the past year, the ESSA team has prioritized stakeholder outreach as New Jersey worked to develop its proposal under ESSA. NJPSA has been an active participant in the discussions through principal focus groups, NJPSA committee meetings with NJDOE staff, surveys, membership, ESSA stakeholder group, and direct conversations at our council meetings with the department. So lots and lots and lots of conversation. There can be no one that said that they did not have input into the ESSA here in New Jersey. So on behalf of the association, I want to commend the department's outreach efforts and thank our panel members for their hard work to date. Give them a round of applause. So our panel members, as the Commissioner mentioned, is Peter Schulman, NJDOE Department Deputy Commissioner, Diana Pasculi, NJDOE Chief Public Affairs Officer, and James Riddlesberger, NJDOE Director of Performance Management. It's my pleasure at this time to turn the panel over to these folks and get our discussion started.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those comments. We're excited to get started. You have the PowerPoints. There are, as you know, some slides with some small print, and we were asked to just go through some of the highlights of that presentation, as many of you are familiar with the materials, and frankly, there are some of you in the audience that could probably come up here and do some of these slides for me. So thank you, and we'll just get started on talking about some of the updates in New Jersey and how they relate to the plan, and then dig into some of the aspects where we're still continuing to seek your input through next Monday. So, As you know, we are continuing to plan to submit this proposed plan on April 3rd. One of the more recent federal updates was that last week, the U.S. Department of Education updated the template, or I like to think of it as the application form, and so all of you are aware we are intending to maintain all of the proposals, policies that were proposed in the first template, and it's just a matter of our team kind of scrambling for the next few late nights just to copy and paste all the materials. But the idea is that the state plan that we've been discussing and engaging about is not changing, and we are still in a position to be submitting that state plan on our deadline, where we would be expected by law to receive an approval by the 120 days following April 3rd. So as you know, there's some background that has gone into this plan, and we always like to start with the idea of what the Every Student Succeeds Act is, as it replaced No Child Left Behind and reauthorizes the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, which was that civil rights law that essentially was put in place to make sure that all students, particularly no matter what their socioeconomic background, are receiving a high-quality education and those resources. So in order to implement this plan, we as a state, in order to implement the law, we have to submit a state plan that explains how we comply with that law. And we have a unique opportunity because we have, the last plan that we submitted was about 14 years ago, and for various reasons, we've not been asked to submit another plan describing how we comply with the law until now. So it's a unique statewide moment, although as a district, you go through this yearly and annually, and that will continue for that you will be submitting on an annual basis your district plans to explain how you're complying with the law to receive federal funds. So that's where we are right now in this unique opportunity and putting forth our priorities as a state. And I mean, we've been partnering and collaborating with lots of folks in this room to get you the news that even though the headlines, the national headlines of late, have been about what parts of ESSA are going away, and they've been very dramatic, in really the law that was passed in 2015 continues to stay in place. And frankly, somewhere around the fall, we anticipated that the regulations that were associated with the accountability aspects of ESSA would go away. And in fact, they did last week. And so when you see those headlines that are at best confusing, at worst misleading, the Every Student Succeed Act is staying in place right now, and we have put forth a plan that we think complies with that law, and the regulations, like the template change, has not significantly changed our direction. So when we talk about this plan, to be concrete, it's the few hundred pages that were submitted on that February 15th that you're all welcome to read, and what we've provided some overviews, but you don't have to. And so when we like to provide the overview that what that plan says, basically, is how we are going to comply with the federal law. It describes to the U.S. Department of Education basically how we've established our state standards. You know that we have the state board adopted our state standards, our New Jersey Student Learning Standards in 2016. That was based on recommendations from educators and committees of educators. So we merely have to tell the U.S. Department of Education we have these standards in place for all of our students. We have to explain that we're assessing our students' progress to those standards, and that we're setting our state goals. We also have to explain how we measure and report performance of all students, schools, and districts, and how we identify the schools that need the most significant support from us. And then finally, in that plan, you'll find a lot of description of how we in New Jersey support all students, educators, schools, and districts. And this will be really, you'll find quite a description of all the things that you do in your daily lives and what we're doing at the department, and a lot of the initiatives that have come forth in the last few years. And Kimberly spoke a lot about change, and we understand that there has been a great deal of change and that we've made some huge leaps in our state and are moving forward and building on our successes. And so the plan really represents a lot of descriptions of what we're doing and is not meant to be in any way to be drastically changing education for our students on September 1st in 2017. And from you, as mentioned, we've heard this from all of you, and we understand that we were tasked with the job of making sure we're making incremental improvements, because that's what our kids deserve, but also that we're keeping it incremental, and that no one wants, we don't need to drastically change the goals that we're working towards. So that's a key aspect of our plan. And we like to just frame some of the changes, because as we talk about our recommendations in the proposal, we found that often folks need just a quick reminder of what changed from No Child Left Behind to ESSA. So I mentioned we're still required to set state standards, and we are still required in the same way to assess our students' progress towards those standards. So we still must assess for grades 3 to 8 in ELA and math, once in high school, and in science. Those requirements remained. But there were drastic differences in how we are setting long-term goals. So if you recall, No Child Left Behind set out a very ambitious and inspirational 100% proficiency goal for all students in the nation by 2014. And that was aspirational, and I think as anyone who's looked a student in the eye, we can understand where that came from. But we also understand that there were some negative implications operationally and unintended consequences of a lot of those goals, because also you as a school, as you know, were required to make annual yearly progress, and that was nationwide, regardless of state situations and schools. So a big change in Every Student Succeeds Act is the ability to set our goals for our students here in New Jersey. AYP has gone away, and national goals has gone away. We get to put that out in the plan, and that's what we'll discuss in a little bit and what you'll see. We also have more discretion under the accountability system. So the system, or the tool that we're going to use to identify our schools that need the most support, has changed a little bit. Under No Child Left Behind, we were given the task of looking narrowly at just proficiency and graduation rates. Now we have a broader choice of options to be looking at, some choice, some mandates, but nonetheless a broader snapshot. And we'll talk about that today. The next slide is what we're very excited about at the department, because we've been given much more discretion in how we can support schools in a way, and districts in a way that they need support. If you recall, when we looked at annual yearly progress, the state was given lockstep prescriptive interventions that we were required to follow. And so we're very excited about this move to say, we are going to identify schools that are in need of the most comprehensive or targeted support, and we get to work with districts in figuring out what that support looks like. So this is a very meaningful change that we think will lead to better resources and supports for our students. Finally, the school district plan, we like to put that up there because, like I said, that annual process of submitting, as compared to the state plan, there are relatively few changes to that annual district plan. So we just like to remind everyone of that. So I'm going to, before I hand it over, thank you for all the comments prior to this, of really highlighting all the engagement. And I think the bottom line here is that the proposal that you see does reflect the input that we've been given, and it's a pleasure to be back to this particular group. I think we've been here about 4 times within this process, and so thank you for your time today, and it's been a true honor and privilege to hear the different perspectives from around the state, and so we're excited to keep moving forward this plan and to hear more today. So a logistics aspect of this is, if you provide a comment at the end of this hour, that's something that will go into be considered for the plan. If you email us or do this survey, that's something that's considered. And so that's been, there's a lot of hard work going on the team to make sure that we are looking at all the input we receive today and every day. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand it over to Pete to talk about our New Jersey framework.
Great. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. First, I want to just sort of pause for a second and thank the PSA team. Oh, microphone. I want to pause for a second and thank the PSA team, who have been great colleagues and partners for me over my almost 6 years now with the department, and certainly when I think about Pat and Deb and Jen and Vicky and Barbara and Jay, to name a few, just great partners, great colleagues, always solutions-oriented. We have great dialogue, and probably today is no exception. We're hoping that, to give us an opportunity to get through some of these pieces. I know when I think about St. Patrick's Day, I think about federal accountability, so I know all you do as well. So we're going to sort of delve into that before we do some of the probably more fun festivities. I'm going to speak for a couple minutes before I pass it back to Diana and James to give you some of the nuts and bolts, and we're hoping we can have some conversation at the end. But a couple takeaways here. First is that as we think about federal accountability, something that gets lost in translation a little bit is that federal accountability, especially for a state like ours, especially for a state like New Jersey, should not be thought of in a vacuum. So as folks read the plan, as folks report on the plan, as the media writes about the plan, it's very important to think about federal accountability as part of a broader accountability system. And then to frame it from a macro perspective is, well, what is the purpose of accountability? As Commissioner Harrington sort of always brings us back to think about this from a student-centered approach. So as we talk about today, and as James specifically goes through some of the nuts and bolts, it's very easy to get mired in the details and this calculation and what's it mean. But let's bring back for a second is, what's the purpose of federal accountability, right? And as we think about it, as Diana sort of articulated, is we very much gravitate towards the civil rights element of federal accountability. I don't think there's anyone here in the room that's going to push back against that. The mechanics by which federal accountability works in putting together a relative ranking of schools that designates what used to be priority and focus schools, now comprehensive and targeted, and the calculations that actually determine them, there's some deep conversations that need to happen. Conversations that have happened over the last 6 months, conversation that's continuing today. James will probably walk through some of our thinking. But think about that from a relative standpoint of what that means, right? How does that actually impact what's going on in the classroom? And for us, as we're thinking about this work, we're thinking about how do we actually unify around a vision around students. How do we think about improving our existing systems in terms of aligning them, right? In terms of what that relative support comes from those accountability systems. And then how do we actually think about empowering communities? I think there's been a little bit of a misnomer that thinking, whether it be for the federal government or even state government, there are technocratic top-down solutions. We know that in every state, especially a state like New Jersey, the best solutions are going to come from the classroom. And the diversity of our student population, the diversity of our educators, they're always going to have the best opportunities to come up with those solutions. So as we think about ESSA, and as we think about today, what I'm going to go through is talk about how ESSA fits into our broader thinking of accountability, but also how we think about the footprint, and I'll be very clear, a light footprint of federal accountability should play into our work. So as people have had conversations with me specifically and the team, there's a lot about, have you considered X, or what about Y, or what if we thought about this metric? I think all of those conversations are extremely fruitful, but part of what I would challenge all of you to think about is, do they belong in federal accountability, right? So as we think about this, there we go. In a very sort of simplified manner, there's a way to think about accountability in New Jersey sort of in 3 ways. One is sort of school and district reporting. So we are committed to this idea of improving school performance reports, adding district performance reports, which go beyond test scores. I'm going to be very clear about that. What do communities want to know? I'm a parent, there are many other parents in this room. What do we want to know about the schools that our kids are going to? So the idea of a school performance report allows us to cast a very wide net to really give a comprehensive overview of a school without putting a label on it, without putting a designation, without a federal stigma that approaches it, right? As we sort of dial down and think about district accountability to CUSAC, well, there's statutory provisions within CUSAC which are required in terms of accountability. These are things we want to look at that are either requirements in statute or reg that's saying every district is required to do X, Y, and Z. There are elements of that that are accountability, right? Certainly elements of that that are outcome-based, but certain elements of that, because of statute, are accountability, and we're going to adhere to them. And then as we sort of delve down to school accountability, we've had in the past through ESSA, No Child Left Behind, and the ESSA waiver, with some level of prescriptive nature of what accountability is going to look like. As we think about that prescriptive nature, as we think about a lighter footprint, We want to maintain the civil rights elements of the law, something, again, we all believe in, but we want to think about how we escalate the school and district reporting, the transparency, the conversations within communities. That's where we believe solutions are going to come out of. So the heavy-handed approach of federal accountability, we really need to think about where that plays into New Jersey. And again, something we don't always realize is in New Jersey, we're lucky that we have a state as committed to education as we are. Many other states, they don't have other accountability systems or school reporting or having conversations like this. So for them, the federal government might be the be-all and end-all in sort of pushing those conversations. From the moment I stepped foot in New Jersey, I found that to be very true. Our educators aren't shy. They're smart. They're outspoken. They're solutions-oriented. So as we've thought about this, we said we wanted to make sure, and sort of Diana and Jill and James said, we're going to go out before any other state 6-8 months ago, and we're going to start listening to our folks before we worry about what's going on in the federal government. And then understanding, obviously, the federal government going through transitions of leadership, right? And we always said, you know what, we're going to do what's best for New Jersey. So as we think about these three elements, right, currently you think about these three pieces and the way that I look at them, they're disjointed. They don't always align. So what a school board member might care about in terms of their QSAC, how does that play into a school-level metric that we're using federal accountability for? How does that play into a school performance report that a parent might look at? Currently, we don't see them as aligned. The idea is for them to be concentric circles that align and stack with one another's, but each serve a different purpose. So as we think about this, right, the idea is that, you know, what indicators make sense for a transparency standpoint, what indicators make sense from an accountability standpoint, and then what is the right realm? Is it at a school level? Is it a district level? Is it a state level? Is it a federal level? So as we think about these pieces and the conversations that we've been having, which were framed under the guise or under the umbrella of ESSA, have actually helped us inform all these accountability systems because we're learning what educators and what parents want to see in their schools. So as we think about something like this, and I think this is sort of one example, so as we think about students having access to full-time health professionals, I mentioned I'm a parent, right? I would want this in my kid's school, right? But does this devolve into an accountability metric, right? Is there a way to mathematically assign an accountability indicator that actually would say what a school has, how good the health professionals are, what is the metric, what is the outcome? We don't believe so. Right? We want to shine a light in terms of transparency. We want everyone to understand what's going on in terms of potentially access to a full-time health professional. Conversely, and we'll talk about this a little more, something like chronic absenteeism, which we've heard time and time again from educators. Well, are we able to measure it, right? Does it play at a district level? Does it play at a school level? Are we able to come up with a calculation that's fair, right? And, you know, as you'll see, our proposal is yes, we are. So as we've thought about the conversation we've had and the, you know, the sort of the laundry list or the menu of ideas that have come to us, part of that is saying, you know what, how do we slot the right idea into the right accountability piece? So James is going to talk about that, but as we think about this work, I just want to again remind you, please do not think about ESSA in a vacuum. Please do not think of it as a be-all and end-all. Think about the work that we've all been doing collectively over the last 5-6 years, and for many of us, decades prior to that, right? And the path that New Jersey's on. We want to sustain the path. We want to sustain the great work that all of you are doing. And as we look at ESSA and as we think about the possibility of ESSA, we've wanted to take a student-centric approach, as I mentioned, but at the same time, using it as an opportunity to continue to improve upon the path that we're already on. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to James, and he's going to, or pass it back to Diana, and then she and James will walk you through some of the nuts and bolts.
Okay, so we're going to, as all of you are familiar with the materials, I won't dwell on this, we presented these materials in a way to try to set forth what ESSA requires so that we can engage in more in-depth, nuanced conversation about our proposals. And we found that it's just led to more productive and honest, frank conversations. So as always, there will be sections where you might have a strong opinion, and we'll certainly listen to your comments about the federal law, just understanding that we have very little ability to change those sections in that light blue. So that's how we set up these conversations. So to talk about long-term goals, I mentioned this new day that we get to set our state goals for our students, and it's exciting and also a great responsibility. So Under ESSA, we are required to set goals, academic goals, and for ELA and math, and for our students' progress towards English language proficiency, as well as graduation rates. We have to set statewide goals, but then in order to understand with the understanding that all of our schools and students are starting from different places to get to that goal. So what's interesting here is while under No Child Left Behind, those goals really actually mandated a lot of results of interventions and supports. The goals here, what's important to remember, do not have the same effect on you or our students. It's very different. The use is different when implementing this. So what we're going to do is we have to set state goals, and those long-term goals are going to be displayed on school and district performance reports, and they're factored into the definition of consistently underperforming. So we're going to use it as a gauge to understand where our schools are not making progress. But again, it's not a lockstep, top-down rule, and it's, again, just a tool to gauge where our schools are. So I like to preface that as we talk about whether or not the proposal that we have put forth to you is ambitious yet achievable. So trying to balance all of those different aspects. We're putting forth the idea that by 2030, for all students and our subgroups, the percentage of students meeting or exceeding all grade level expectations on statewide assessment in ELA and math will increase to 80%. And that 95% of our students will be graduating from high school in 4 years and 96% in 5 years. And so we are looking for your input and feedback. We've had educators who look at different information and say, how could we ever set something so low? We've heard educators say, how could we set something so high for some of our students starting so far away? It's worth a discussion. It's why we're here. And also an interesting point of why we chose 2030. It's really based on the idea that our students starting kindergarten in 2017 have been in a place of a lot of our recent initiatives. So this is my son's graduation class, 2030. So it's kind of it's kind of scary.
Nodding.
Yeah. So we understand it's our students who are, we mentioned that we're building on the successes in New Jersey, so we thought, why not look at those students who are starting in this year? It's close to home, but that's where it came from. We have heard ideas of why not, set a different goal. What this is a stake in the ground so we can receive feedback from you about where we want our students to be, and understanding it's an ongoing process. So something I did not mention before, I said that we get to resubmit our plan every few years. We also can make changes. And so this is a conversation starter, and I would just like to, again, make sure that we're having rich conversations about what it really means, and understanding that we can make adjustments frequently before we submit the plan on April 3rd, but also beyond. And it's an important conversation for us to have as educators. So the next slide simply gives an example. This is not based on actual data, but it would give an example of how we would look at students' progress towards those state goals with their baseline, recognizing again that everyone is starting at different points. But we are going to maintain, by law and by intent, going to maintain the same high standards for everyone. So that's a little bit how it works, but we're seeking feedback on just generally whether or not this long-term goal resonates with you, and we have discretion to make adjustments based on your input. So with that, I'm going to hand it over. I think the request was to take questions at the end, if that's okay with you, because we have a shorter amount of time. So we'll just talk for another about 15 minutes and take questions, comments around 10:40 or so. So I'll hand it over to James.
Great. Thanks, Diana. Can you hear me? Okay, good. So want to get into the ESSA school accountability, the ESSA school accountability system, and exactly what that is. So there's a lot of detailed slides coming up, and so we're going to talk about. Oh. Okay. Is this on now? Can you hear me? Oh, it's not on. Okay, how about now? There we go. Okay, so we'll get into the accountability system and some of the details associated with that in the next several slides. We're going to talk about, as Pete mentioned, the additional measure, which is going to be chronic absenteeism. And here I actually want to explicitly thank PSA because in December I was able to come out with Sarah Gearhart to the same group to talk about some of the emerging research on chronic absenteeism, and we learned a tremendous amount from you about what implementation of the chronic absentee metric actually looks like in schools and districts. And as we're working on our guidance going forward, that's something that we very much are keeping in mind, and we hope to keep the communication channels open so that we can support you in implementing that going forward. We're also going to talk about the weights of each indicator, how subgroups play into the system, and how we arrived at the minimum in size that we'll be using in this system. And then Diana will take back over to discuss some of the federal requirements around participation rates and some choices that we've made around graduation and English learners. So in the ESSA system, there are required indicators in the law. We are required to use academic achievement as measured by our by proficiency on our state assessment. We are required to use graduation rate. We are required for elementary and middle schools to use a measure of academic progress, and we are required for schools that have English learner populations to use progress toward English language proficiency as part of the accountability system. And then finally, we have to develop one additional metric of school quality and student success. And so as we've been trying to implement those new requirements, the measure of academic progress that we've chosen is our student growth percentiles metric, which is currently reported in our school performance report and has been for several years. And what they show is the amount of academic progress that that the students in a school are making relative to their academic peers, and which is a statewide group essentially made up of students with similar academic histories. For progress toward English language proficiency, we're going to be using growth on the Access for ELS assessment, which is being administered to all English learners for the first time in 17-18. And then finally, to get into a little bit of detail about our additional metric, because this was the thing that we received the most feedback on as we were developing the plan. And so some of the things that we considered as we were, the criteria that we tried to set up as we were thinking about this were, first of all, we wanted to only choose a metric that had substantial stakeholder support behind it. Second of all, and this is a federal requirement as well, we needed to choose a metric that was linked to student outcomes in a body of research. We also wanted to make sure that we chose a metric that was actionable at a school level, where we have seen schools implement interventions that have improved student outcomes on this metric. We wanted to identify a metric that fairly represents a school that would need improvement in that area or additional support. So, if it's a factor that is completely unrelated to other student outcomes, then I think, it would not be a very good metric for us. And then finally, and this was a very important part of this, because of the implementation timeline, we needed it to be a metric that was going to be collected during the 16-17 school year. And because of the requirement that it be able to be disaggregated by subgroup, that it be applicable to all schools, and then the research base, that proved to really limit the options that we had in choosing the additional indicator. And so as Pete mentioned earlier, we have chosen chronic absenteeism as our additional indicator under ESSA. So the definition of chronic absenteeism is that it is the percentage of students within a school who have missed 10% or more of the enrolled school days where they're supposed to be in school. So for the typical kid in New Jersey that's missing 18 days of school in a school year would make them chronically absent. There is an emerging literature on suggesting that, as a total surprise to the educators in the room, if a student's not in school, they're probably not learning. We know that kids who are chronically absent as early as kindergarten or first grade show they're much less likely to be reading on grade level in third grade. By high school, we find that attendance is a better indicator of a student's propensity to drop out than their high school grades are. Than their test scores are, I'm sorry. Their grades are a better indicator. And we even know that's true as high as the senior year of high school. So some of the traditional thinking that's been out there it's just kindergarten, it doesn't matter if the student goes, or it's okay for a senior to get senioritis and, miss 20 days. Those aren't borne out as we've looked at the research. Attendance matters for all kids K to 12. And then finally, just in specific, a kid who's chronically absent in a year between 8th and 12th grade is 7 times more likely to drop out of high school. So one of the other things about this is that many of our stakeholders told us that they believe that chronic absenteeism was an excellent indicator of a positive school environment, and so we're hopeful that this can be a way to recognize the efforts of schools that have implemented a good school climate, and that kids, then are more likely to consistently attend school. So, as I said, we were quite limited in our initial proposal to data that we collected during the 16-17 school year. That is obviously not the case forever, because we can begin to collect more data as time goes on. So we're committed to continuing the conversation on this additional indicator. We're continuing to meet with interested members of the ESSA stakeholder focus group through the spring. We will, when the school performance reports are released, we're going to launch a new survey to gather additional feedback on the types of educators, or on the types of indicators that parents and educators are interested in. And then finally, we're going to be conducting focus groups with parents and educators. Actually, the first of those was yesterday. We're going to be conducting user testing as we redesign the performance reports going forward, and learning from the best practices that take place in other states around sharing data and so forth. So to summarize our proposal, for academic achievement, we're going to be continuing to use proficiency on the PARCC and DLM. For academic progress, which is an indicator only for elementary, middle schools, we're going to be using student growth percentiles, and we're required to use graduation rate as an indicator of, for high school accountability. Our additional measure is going to be the percentage of students who are chronically absent in a school. And then we're going to be using progress toward English language proficiency on the Access for ELS assessment. So I'm going to move into talking a little bit about the weighting that we've chosen, or that we've proposed for the school accountability system. We really laid out 3 principles that we wanted to identify here. We wanted to ensure that growth as well as proficiency was adequately reflected in the summative score. And as we've been gathering stakeholder feedback, that's been something that we've heard a lot about, that folks really care about growth and want to see an emphasis on that. We wanted to make sure that student subgroup performance is not masked by aggregate school level performance. So ESSA does take away the No Child Left Behind requirement that every subgroup meet every target every year. But at the same time, we wanted, as Pete said, to recognize the civil rights implications of the law and ensure that subgroup performance was still meaningfully incorporated into our accountability system. And then finally, we're trying our best to keep our weights and calculations as clear as possible to all of you and to everyone else in the community while adhering to the provision of the ESSA law. And to that end, we're going to make sure that any data that goes into calculating the accountability system is going to be publicly available so that anyone can see sort of where their summative rating comes from, even though there's a little bit of math in the system. We're not trying to hide our work at all. So the weights that we've proposed for the school accountability system are 35% on proficiency, 35% on growth for elementary and middle schools, and on graduation rate for high schools, 10% on chronic absenteeism, and 20% on progress to English language proficiency for those schools that have a sufficient number of English learners. And the weights are redistributed to 42.5% for proficiency and growth or grad, and 10% for chronic absenteeism for schools where there is not a large enough population of English learners. And so I mentioned a minute ago that we're working to ensure that subgroups have significant weight within the system, and this is how we're going about trying to achieve that. So just as a reminder, the subgroups that are required under ESSA are the racial and ethnic subgroups, of which every single student in a school is a member of one of those subgroups. And then additionally, there are economically disadvantaged students represent one subgroup, students with disabilities are another subgroup, and English learners are another subgroup. And so the way that this plays out is that for each of the indicators, except for English language proficiency, which is obviously a measure only for English learners, 50% of the weight of the accountability score for that indicator is on the subgroup performance on the indicator. So 50% of the academic achievement indicator is determined by the all students performance on the PARCC and DLM, and then 50% is determined by subgroup performance on the PARCC and DLM. So again, we're moving away from the sort of checklist style, no child left behind, oh, this subgroup missed it by 1 percentage point, and the confidence interval was just not large enough, and so your whole school is failing. But at the same time, so we're glad that we're out of that, but we're maintaining a significant weight on subgroup performance. So here's an example of what that might look like. So in a school with 1,000 students, you might have 700 who are white, 300 who are black or African American. So again, every single student is a member of at least, or of exactly one racial or ethnic subgroup per the federal guidance. And then in addition, 150 of the students are members of the economically disadvantaged subgroup. And so the way that the calculation plays out, 50% of the performance is based on the all students subgroup, and then the remaining 50% of performance is distributed among the three subgroups in this particular school equally. And the final thing I want to address before handing it back to Diana is the the minimum in size that we've chosen for subgroups. So we received a significant amount of feedback on this as well, with lots of folks asking us to go all the way down to 1, and lots of folks telling us to go all the way up to 30. For this, and so in response to a lot of that feedback, we performed a set of technical analyses to make sure that we were striking a balance between keeping a metric fair, but also and as accurate, meeting a basic standard for accuracy, while also making sure that as many students as possible are represented in their subgroup performance. And so I think that's, the other thing to note about in size is that New Jersey has always used 10 as our minimum in size for reporting, and we received widespread stakeholder feedback that we should continue to use 10 as our minimum in for reporting, even as we're moving to 20 for our minimum in size for accountability. So with that, I'll hand it to Diana.
So here's, as I mentioned, what's in the blue here are the requirements under ESSA. And while there's been a great deal more of flexibility, there was less flexibility under this particular aspect of ESSA, and which even surprised us. So what we're talking about is the maintenance of the 95% participation rate, which is still in the Every Student Succeeds Act. But what changed was that the federal government under the statute said that there will be 2 penalties that states must impose on the schools that do not, for any whole schools that does not reach the 95 participation rate, or any subgroup that does not make the 95 participation rate. The first penalty, as required under the statute, not the regulations that went away, and we recognize that there may have been some miscommunication and confusion in the recent articles, but what's still in the statute says that if your school does not make the 95 participation rate, there will be a penalty in the way that we have to calculate your proficiency for the purposes of this accountability system that James is talking about. So for the accountability system, and if you do not make the 95% participation rate, essentially, as it comes out to, and there are some examples here, the number of students that fall below that 95% participation rate will essentially be considered as not proficient. So if you, just like before, when we look at your proficiency rate, what we look at is the number of students who are proficient over the number of students who took the assessment. What the federal government requires us to do in our accountability system is say at all times, no matter what, that at least 95% of students took the assessment, whether they did or not. And so this has a new effect that was not in place under No Child Left Behind. We understand that it will have significant impact on some of our districts in New Jersey. We've been talking, particularly last month, around the state with a lot of superintendents on this particular issue, and we completely understand and expected that this is not being received well, and that it's a huge issue in a lot of different communities in New Jersey. So, to take a step back, some of the bottom lines are, this is a federal requirement that while we have always stood behind the original intent of a participation rate requirement, which is to make sure we're not masking our students and that all students are are accounted for and we're looking at them, we also understand that in the last few years in our state and a few others, there are different repercussions and issues around participation rate, and that there are a lot of educators in this room and out in our state who have been working really hard to get your students to come take the test, and you as educators understand the importance of what information that taking the test, as Kimberly mentioned, provides us as educators, provides your students, provides your parents, and provides us at a state to be making sure that we are using that. So with all those different considerations, we understand, though, that our hands are tied with this one particular aspect of the federal result. I mentioned there were 2 penalties that a state must put forth. The first one is required to affect your proficiency rate. The second one is up to our discretion. And so we are proposing, given the rigor of the first penalty, we are proposing to mark on the performance reports whether or not you met your proficiency, your participation rate in each subgroup. And so that's what we are proposing to you as our second mandated consequence, understanding this severity of the first one. So, we're proposing that second one, looking for feedback if that makes sense. I mentioned that we've been having conversations with superintendents, how we can work with you in your communities and with you. But for that second area, we also heard that folks in the field would appreciate if on our performance reports, we didn't just mark participation rate, but we also put forth the information about the proficiency rate as calculated up for the accountability system, as well as the proficiency rate as we typically report it, meaning that you would see, your parents and communities would see both the different types of data with or without the accountability system. So sorry if that's kind of confused that, but basically we'll take questions about that, and we understand, and we've heard, we've been collecting feedback about ways that we can all implement this law with fidelity, but also understanding our unique situations in New Jersey. So I think we were requested to hit a lot of different topics, and I think we hit most of them, and you have these presentations before you. The rest of the presentation was just explaining some graduation rates and also the new attention to English language learners. So we're happy to pause here, though, for the sake of providing enough time to take questions. The only thing I wanted to highlight before we move on is just remembering what this accountability system is doing, and this is relevant to the participation rate, right? The accountability system, everything that James went over, is the tool that we are using in the department to identify what schools need the most significant support. That is that tool. It's not the be-all and end-all. It's not telling us at the state why students are chronically absent. It's not going to tell us much more than it's a temperature gauge of where we need to go. And as I mentioned, we're excited to develop more supports that are differentiated and supporting you in what you need that goes after this initial accountability system. So just wanted, those are the slides that we didn't get to talk about, that I'm just summarizing to remember that the accountability system is just one tool for us in the department. So we're going to take questions. I'm going to defer. Did you get Dixon?
Yeah, why don't we defer? It looks like it's Deb, you're handling, are you emceeing to stand up? I don't know.
We're going to ask anyone who has questions to please come to the center mic, because it's a little hard for us to walk in the room with the mic. So anyone with questions,
If you could please state your name.
Sure, absolutely. Jeff Spector, I'm principal of Seneca High School. First of all, thank you for your presentation and being here and your passion in doing it. It's great. Mine specifically, I'm a regional school district, and specifically was a slide up there about the requirements for math regarding Algebra 1 and geometry. And as a regional district, about 50% of my students, some of them are Nicole's, take Algebra 1 and geometry before they get to me.
Yep.
And those show in those performance reports, obviously, and that's our most achieving students, some of them who won't even be counted in those reports. So I'm curious if that's on your mind and if you're addressing it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Jeff, first of all, great point. I literally yesterday had a conversation with a colleague of yours who's also a superintendent of a regional high school, and same exact point. Her point to me was, Pete, you got to contextualize this, because as you look specifically at Algebra 1, the kids who are higher performing usually take it 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. That's where our scores are. So as we think about some level of comparability on whether it be from the formal accountability system or the school performance report, how do we make sure we're comparing apples to apples? So that is a great comment and something we're internalizing and seeing how do we actually manifest itself in a school performance report that's more honest and transparent, to your point.
Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Heather Moran, and I work in a small district in South Jersey. And I guess my concerns are around the N size of 20. First of all, I hugely support the civil rights aspect of all of those things, and I believe that our most at-need students are the ones that we have the biggest obligation to, regardless of where that comes from. But when we change the N size of 20, I think about my special ed population especially. That N changes how important every student in my district is so much. I think about my current 7th grade, there's 90 students in my current 7th grade class. It is the grade level in my school that has the most special ed students in it. So you're talking about 12 students out of that 90 that are classified. That's very different than if I had a class size of 180. And my classification rate as a district is not bad at all. It just happens to be in that particular grade level between move-ins and whatever the case may be. But that's a real concern for me, and I don't think it conceptualizes, and I think it penalizes me as a smaller district as compared to a district that might have 500 students or 1,000 students, a school that might have 500 students or 1,000 students.
So, great point. So there's no right or wrong. right, in terms of what this number is. So let's first put on the table what we all agree upon. We all want to put as low as n size as possible, look at 10 for reporting purposes, because we don't want to sort of bypass any student, right? And that's the civil rights element.
Totally
of
agree
this.
with that.
In terms of the sort of statistical elements of an informal accountability system, we're trying to meet in the middle. We heard constituents on both sides of the table saying, hey, we want it to be an n size of 30 versus, say, an n size of 10, maybe, which is what you're pushing for. I don't think there's again, psychometric, perfectly sound piece of this. We think in terms of, what some of the research is, 18, 19, 20 is what we've sort of seen, and that's sort of what we've used for other elements of this. I would say, as we're thinking about federal accountability, and let me sort of add a little bit of frosting to what Diana said. So if you think about the way federal accountability plays out, is you create a relative ranking of all the schools. The bottom 5% are what you're designated as comprehensive schools, right? So first, putting aside sort of where this artificial cliff of 5% came from the federal government as an arbitrary threshold, I have no idea. But as we think about the overall impact of saying whether the n size was 10, 15, 20, 25, and how that figure is going to roll up in terms of the weighting of the calculation being it's only a portion of a subgroup, which goes into an overall indicator, which goes into a multi-indicator system, which goes into an overall ranking, the thinking around this is, in the end, it probably doesn't manifest itself in much different hierarchy of what schools are in a comprehensive status versus those that aren't. All that being said is this is an evolving conversation, and certainly your insight and your passion resonate with me personally, and I think the idea of a lower end size is something worth considering.
Thank you.
Hi, Rosemary Giacomelli, Bergen County. I don't have a question. I just have a lot of thoughts that are going through my head while I'm listening to all these things. I feel your pain. We have a tremendous amount of students that come from foreign countries daily. I had about 8 new students in the past 2 weeks. And we're talking about adding their names onto PARC at the last minute. And they all have to take math. Most of them don't have to take the English piece, the language arts part. But even with them taking the math part, they can't read the questions that are, that kind of a question that they just kind of sit there. That's one piece of it. Another piece of it is many of them that do come from different countries decide to go away for a month. And then they're absent 20 days. So I feel like I'm getting double whammied on the absenteeism and then the non-ability to take the test. And I think there's a fine line there somewhere that has to be recognized, and I understand ELL first-year students don't have to take the ELL part, but it doesn't matter because a lot of them come late in the year and they don't make it anyway. So I think that's just something that I wanted to put out there because while I was listening, all these things came through my head saying, oh God, how's this going to work out? Along with budgets being presented next week, where our PTA is being requested to have a meeting the same night as the budget so that we get more parents to come and just move into the next part. And I don't know whether to talk about PARC or whether to talk about other things that are happening that are really terrific that are going on in our schools. So I'm at a crossroad that all of this is really, really overwhelming. We've had months to continue to follow you guys. But hearing it put out the way it was put out today certainly made things a little bit more clear and makes a lot more conversation that I think needs to come up.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, and they certainly resonate. Let me sort of try to address 2 of them. So certainly on the idea that a student coming from a foreign country having to take the math PARC exam, we understand it sometimes it's not necessarily, it's nonsensical, right, in terms of what their English vocabulary is. This is an element that we've had dialogues with the federal government. It's federal law in terms of them being required to take the test. We're continuing to sort of evolve this. On the participation side, I think there's a nuance which we didn't get into in terms of the calculation. James mentioned we're looking at enrollment. So some students who go away and say, hey, I'm going to be away for 2 months, they actually are not enrolled. They're saying, we're going to disenroll, or our student's going to go away, they're going to go to a foreign country for 2 months, and then 2 months later, they're going to re-enroll. So their days in membership, they will not be dinged for those 2 months that were away because their denominator won't reflect it.
But I don't think all school systems decide at what point we should disenroll them. Because everything's re-registration, and then it's a whole accountability piece.
We absolutely agree with you. So a lot of the, I'm sorry.
The other point I want to bring up, I'm not talking about the kids that come from Singapore that can do the math, and Korea and China and blah, 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 okay? I'm talking about the kids that come from the DR, that come from a lot of our more Hispanic countries where their standards are just not at where we're at. And our standards are really strong, and I think that's terrific, but we're asking these kids to come in a second, third, fourth, fifth grade level, and they're not ready. Like, they're age appropriate. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Tom Gorman, principal of Ridgewood High School. Just curious about the parks being a graduation requirement. Is that something that's going to be mandated coming up? And are we going to be getting away with all the other opt-outs of the SAT scores, ACT scores, and things like that?
So, I'll just reflect what's in our regulations, which the state board adopted, which talks about sort of as we move forward to the class of 2020 being the last year to access the alternative menu, the 2021 year would have park, and then the portfolio appeals as the two options.
I'm just looking at the participation rate. We have like 90% opting out, at the high school level. So we're going to get hammered, So.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so like up to 90% of our students at the high school level opt out of taking the park, and because they passed the SAT and all the other things that were allowed. So until it becomes a requirement for graduation, it's going to be nearly impossible to convince all the parents to be taking this exam.
So I think that's a fair point. So I think that sort of two elements. One is the 95% participation rate, federal requirement that goes into the denominator. We know that educators in this room, and I was even speaking to your superintendent this morning actually, is many of you are standing up and saying, hey, this test is important, and trying to get parents and students to take the test. And sometimes, as Diana mentioned, is your powers only extend so far. So certainly we understand that, and outside of sort of talking to our federally our elected officials in New Jersey to see if we can sort of amend that, we're stuck within that the same way you are. And the sidebar is that I think that you did hit a good point, is as we think about the 2021 regulations, the idea of having a similar bar in terms of park for everyone, we'll see the participation rate skyrocket, hopefully.
Right, thanks.
I was going to say ladies first, but I'm not sure.
I'm just a wee little leprechaun. Cilantro to you all. Happy St. Pat's, and thank you for being here. My name's Colleen Pongratz. I'm principal in Eisenhower Elementary School, Piscataway, New Jersey. So thank you for your hard work and what you're doing to read this document and make some sense of it. My question is, to piggyback off of this young lady's comment, regarding the N size, since you did say this is a living, breathing document, perhaps the state could consider a 5-year plan on the N size. I'm not going to go into detail on that, but perhaps you could look into looking at it changing in the future to N over 20. So that's one comment. The other one is about attendance. So as you know, all of us work very hard to get the children in school, and our varying factors, withdrawals, which you did touch upon. Was the state considering standardizing absentee reporting for the state of New Jersey, all the districts? Because as you know, or you may not know, we all record attendance very differently, and as it being considered a measure, is there going to be some guidance on how we report out to you on the qualitative measure?
So first of all, great points, and first you thanked us, I want to thank you. So thank you for your service and everything that you do. I think we're all sort of on the same team here, and hopefully that gets recognized throughout the dialogue today. On the end size conversation, we're hopefully, if you're willing to, love to follow up with you offline to talk about what your 5-year trajectory and how you thought of that through. It's certainly for me, a new idea that we haven't heard before. Would be interested to hear. And I think you were wanting to jump in on the attendance side.
Just regarding that, we were very much committed to moving forward. We've already started engaging just with some folks in this room about what that guidance would look like and what you need to hear. So we've been working through your representatives, but also trying to speak with as many practitioners, parents, and students directly about not just the guidance that has to come from us, but then trying to highlight best practices around the state, because as I mentioned, this is what the word indicator is, a measure, and it's just looking at it quickly, but the real hard work comes in digging deep and understanding why our students aren't coming to school, and we understand that we owe you those resources and to put together you as practitioners as much as possible to have conversations. So both the guidance is absolutely been committed to provide that to you, and it's in the works, thanks to a lot of folks in this room and collaboration, and as well as supporting practice, because it has to come with the support and conversations about how we're going to help our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
James, we follow up her afterwards.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Brian Corey, Tenafly. Question was kind of similar about chronic absenteeism, how that, what the guidance is going to be to come up with that number. Is it full day absence for a student, or is it, of course, many districts, including my own, have individual thresholds and classes, et cetera. So I didn't know if it was just full day absences or if it was going to drill down to period attendance.
So in the guidance and sort of in the iterations that I've seen, is there certain hour thresholds which show if a student is there 2 hours or 4 hours or what have you? I don't know, James, you know the answer off the top of your head?
Yeah, so essentially, what we're working to do to provide, or to hopefully clarify in guidance what I think most districts have been doing already, is what's required currently in code as far as what constitutes a day present, what constitutes a day in session, and so forth, and making sure that every district is reporting these numbers in a consistent way that's aligned with what's currently in regulation. Just a little bit of detail for those of you who may be familiar with NJ Smart. The way that chronic absenteeism is calculated is through a couple of data fields in NJ Smart that are reported at the student level, which are days in membership and cumulative days present. So I would suggest, if you have sort of questions about how that data has been reported from your district, that you work with whoever submits the NJ Smart data in your district to get answers to those questions about how you've already been doing it.
But I think the theme from the last two questions around this is that the mechanics of the calculation need to be consistent. So as we think about what that collection looks like, we need to provide you guidance on how we're actually going to do those calculations. Thereby, you submit data for us that we use that's consistent across everyone. And I think that was where you're going. And throughout the process of, again, looking at chronic absenteeism at a theoretical level down to a practical application, this is something that's manifested itself as something we need to dig into. So I see a lot of heads nodding, so I think we may have gotten that one. So Nicole, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you. I think this has been very informative. I thank you all for coming out from the department. And remember, they would like your input. Ways in which you can provide input are found in the digital folder. You're accepting input through Monday, correct?
Correct.
Through Monday, but you know where to find us. You know where to
You know where to find us.
Yes, that's right.
Let's give them a round of applause. At this point, we are going to take a break to start our legislative panel. We'd like to start the legislative panel right at 11:20, so please come back promptly to start at 11:20.
legislation addressing core issues impacting our work as school leaders. These include school funding, school security, park testing, charter schools, pensions, and health benefits in retirement. Today you will hear from the esteemed members of our state legislature. On behalf of NJPSA and its statewide members, it is my privilege to welcome and briefly introduce our panelists. First is Assemblyman Tony Singleton from Burlington County. He is the chair of the Assembly State and Local Government Committee, co-chair of the Education Committee, and an active member of the Budget Committee. Assemblywoman Myla Jassy from Essex and Morris Counties serves as chairwoman for the Higher Education Committee, co-chair for the Joint Committee on Public Schools, and is an active member of the Education Committee. Assemblyman Robert Ott from Bergen and Passaic Counties serves on the Education, Commerce and Economic Development, and Financial Institutions Committee. Assemblywoman Patricia Egan-Jones from Camden and Gloucester Counties is a member of the Education, Housing and Community Development, and Human Services Committees. Assemblywoman Adam Taliaferro, representing parts of Cumberland, Gloucester, and Salem Counties, is a member of the Assembly Education Committee, the Vice Chair of the Agriculture and Natural Services Committee. Moderating today's discussion is Mr. John Mahoney, a top education reporter in New Jersey and founder of the NJ Spotlight, an award-winning editorial website that delivers news and analysis about politics and policy impacting New Jersey. We have two other members joining us, and as they come in, they'll introduce themselves, Assemblywoman Angela McKnight and Assemblyman David Ribble. My pleasure to turn the program over to John, who will begin our discussion. Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Yep. Well, hello, and happy St. Paddy's Day. For a guy with the last name Mooney, you'd think I'd do a lot better with the green thing. I do have green pants, so I just want to point that out. But thank you very much for having me here. I've done this a few years, and it's really a highlight to bring some focus to some of these issues that are coming before the legislature, which, as we know, is a very important role on a lot of these issues, and I'm hoping that we can have some conversation around it and shed some light on where things are headed. Basically, the format of the discussion will be some broad issues. We're going to talk about school funding. We're going to talk about school testing. We're going to talk about maybe some charter schools, some issues of health and safety. And in between, I'd like to involve you guys if there's some thoughts you want to share or some questions to ask. Maybe after each section or so, we'll open it up, and if folks want to chime in, and then we'll move on from there. But let me, the elephant in the room is certainly the state budget and where we're headed on that. And so much is dictated in terms of what schools can do in terms of the funding that they receive and the pressures, and I hope we can delve into some of the issues of the caps as well. But let me go down the row a little bit and sort of get reactions. Really the big question is, what is going to happen next with the school funding formula? Is the budget now proposed by Governor Christie with largely flat funding for school districts? Do you see that holding? For now, he has put out an ultimatum of sorts that there'd be an agreement on a new school funding formula within 100 days. I think we're down to about 80 days now on that. Lots of places to go, but I'm going to start with Assemblyman Singleton, a member of the Budget Committee. What's going to happen next on this, and what does it mean for the school leaders who are out there in the room?
First and foremost, thank you once again for affording me this opportunity. I've had the pleasure of coming before you in years past, so I'm excited to once again be here. As was said, as a member of the Budget Committee, this is one of the paramount issues that we are looking at right now. And there's been a couple of discussions. The most public one during the governor's budget address talked about having our legislative leaders meet within 100 days to try and come up with some either tweak, modification, or new school funding formula. I was a staffer when the school funding formula, the most recent iteration, was introduced. And while the governor in his budget had talked about what he believed the expedited timeline that it had been under, those who were around or paying attention at that time realized there was a lot of time put into that, a lot of hearings that went into it, a lot of meetings that went into it. It was not done haphazardly, and it was not done with lightning pace. It took a lot of time to come to that. Our school funding formula, as it currently is constituted, is deemed a model for others around the country to utilize, and we should not shy away from saying that and shouldn't shy away from understanding that. Our biggest challenge is funding our school funding formula, and it's often difficult for many of us when we hear this and have this conversation about how do you fix something that has never been fully implemented. It's kind of difficult to wrap your brains around. But just from a pragmatic standpoint, I don't think any of us up here will tell you that this year will be the year we will fully fund our school funding formula. If that was what you were waiting on, I'll take the surprise. It's not going to happen. During our budget hearings, it won't change. What we can do, and perhaps what we should do, is look at making in what is really a hard decision, because there are going to be some districts that are going to gain and some districts that are going to lose, at looking at actually running the formula on the amount of money we have. And that is a serious and earnest conversation that is happening, and I believe in both caucuses, both Democrats and Republicans, looking at it. If we believe, and many of us truly believe, that the funding formula is equitable, then we need to be able to utilize it on whatever pot of money that we have. And that is going to cause some districts to lose money and some other districts will gain. And some of the lose and win will be striking when you think about it, because it'll be perhaps some districts that perhaps need that funding more. So that is the ongoing discussion, that is the challenge that is before us. So we are hopeful that we'll be able to move that process forward during this budget hearing. But I think that may ultimately be an outcome which we get.
Do you see that happening for the current school aid distribution? I mean, because districts now have gotten their aid numbers, I think they're starting to build those into their budgets. Might those still change, you think, by the end of June?
Well, I will only echo the words of at least a couple of our legislative leaders who said that they anticipated that there will be a modification of some sort to our school funding formula for the 2017-2018 school year. So I can only ascertain from that conversation that it will have a material effect on sort of the amounts of monies that have been already allocated, and recognizing that you as school leaders, you have a whole host of other statutes. When your money changes, some of the decisions you must make after that, perhaps as it pertains to personnel, perhaps as it deals with other issues, that we have to be cognizant of that as well, with whatever the structure of the change is going to be. So I think, to encapsulate it all, if to take some of the legislative leaders at their word, there will be some impact on the 2017-2018 school year.
Assemblyman North, you want to speak to the budget proposal now before the legislature and where you see that's headed?
Well, I must tell you, the funding formula, while is better than what we're currently using, it's not necessarily the most equitable funding formula. And I can tell you, I had a conversation this morning with Borough Administrator of the Town of Hillsdale. And he said to me that 70% of his budget goes to the schools. Now, there's other municipalities where 93% of the budget is paid for by the state, the school budget. How is that equitable? It's clearly not equitable. In the perfect world for me, every student would have a dollar amount. If you want to use the governor's particular plan, $65.99, and then you say, well, we have certain children that have educational issues. Well, of course, you could add to that and make an allowance for those additional education additives that they're going to need to give them a thorough and efficient education, because they obviously are going to need more. But to say that the situation now where a town like Hillsdale has to pay 70% of their own town budget to pay for their school, so they're virtually getting nothing to the students in Hillsdale. very, very small amount, if anything at all, is patently unfair. So if you want to run the formula, even that would be better than what we're doing now, because it will give them at least something. Run the formula with the amount of money that you have, as Assemblyman Singleton said, it might be a tad more equitable. And at this point, if you're a legislator from the district that I represent, anything is better than what we have now. I mean, because you can't take any more from us, to be honest with you. So that's where we are. I mean, it's just anything could be better. I can't imagine it being any worse, although, you know, Trenton is very interesting. You know, just when you thought you saw it all, you see something else. So I couldn't even guarantee that. But that's the way I am right now with it.
Senator J.C.?
Good morning. It's always a pleasure to come and be with you. I have a lot of good memories from people who are here in the room, and I appreciate what you do every day. And I appreciate the fact that you take the time to come here, and I thank principals and supervisors. This is a great facility, and lunch is always wonderful. I think that Assemblyman Singleton really gave a very, very accurate and good overview of where we are with the formula. I think it's important to remember that it is a model that is respected and looked at across the country with envy in some places, just as our pre-K program is. The problem has been, obviously, that we haven't had the money to fund it, and I certainly share the Assemblyman's hope that our leadership will find a way to come and compromise on running the formula with the money that we do have in order to distribute our resources as fairly as possible. We know that over the last 7 years, there hasn't really been a good rhyme or reason to how the money has been distributed, and that has had an impact across the state, certainly in my district and in all districts. So I'm looking forward to that. I don't have the magic answer, but I think that Troy gave us the best information that is out there.
Someone.
I want to mirror my colleagues' comment, thanking all of you for the work you do every day. I joined the Education Committee. I'm the newest legislator sitting here. I don't look it, do I? I know. But I am. Only by a few months. Anyway, it is my privilege to have been educated by being on the Education Committee. And the past few months, the Assembly Education Committee has wandered all over the state, listening to superintendents and school officials and local officials about the unfairness of having put in place a very fine formula, lauded all over the world, funded it once, and walked away from it. We walked away from changes that were part of the law with adjustment aid and growth aid, and just walked away from it. So we never made those adjustments. We never asked those school districts getting too much, if there's ever too much in education. Excuse me. So it's been very frustrating to watch. One of the communities I represent is Camden City. And to contradict my other colleagues and women off, it is really important that children's education is shared by all of us. And that's the effort in the school funding formula, to make sure that just because a child is born into a poverty situation, they are not left out and forgotten. So that's what this attempted to do, which is why the Education Law Center supports it, works toward it, and why the Supreme Court found it to be equitable and fine. It is about our kids. That's what you do every day, trying to find a better way to educate them. And I guess Assemblyman Singleton's comment about where our leadership is in trying to make something happen this year is probably well-founded, given his role on the Budget Committee. I haven't seen anything. My colleague in the Senate and I did do a letter complaining about the inequities that have been taking place, the issue of local share, which is important. How much can a community afford to support their children? And that has to do with how we shift some of those dollars. So I'm ready to do what we need to do. Somebody suggested in our hearings that there would be winners and losers. Well, there's a little town in South Jersey called Chester. They get 11% of what they ought to be receiving at this point. So there have been winners and losers by our failure to do what was right, and now we need to shift it and try to ease the burden for those people who, I'm not going to call losers, but who are going to see a diminution in their funds. But it's got to happen that way, because we are never going to have the money to do it right.
Assemblyman Talfar. Thank you. Do you have a mic on? Yeah, my mic is on. Thank you all for having me. It's my honor and pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. I think my colleagues have accurately framed the issue where we stand today. I think all of us in our districts, we have those winners and losers that you spoke about. And I cover Gloucester County, Salem, and parts of Cumberland County. And my home school district, Kingsway School District, is woefully underfunded. And talking to our superintendent, they're at the point now where if we don't act, they're going to have to lay off almost 24 teachers. So this is real. I applaud my colleagues on the Budget Committee, my colleagues here on the Education Committee for really trying to do something. But I think, as you've heard, we've got to act now, because there's going to be dire consequences, since some of the school districts are in a very tough place where they're at the end. And I've got school districts in my district that are overfunded, and it's hard for me to look the schools, the superintendents in the eye and say, this is fair. It's just not fair. And as you heard from my predecessors, we're trying to do everything that we can to bring this issue to the forefront. I think, we've got the attention of our leadership, and you've got our commitment that we're going to do whatever we can to make this equitable. And I'm in full support of funding the formula to the greatest extent that we can with the dollars that we have available. So thank you so much, and look forward to the conversation.
Assemblywoman McKnight and Rival joined us, and welcome. And I don't know if you were here for the question, but just somewhat of an overview and reaction to school budgets or school funding included in the state budget being proposed, where do you see that heading, and then the larger issue of the school funding formula, what, if anything, that needs to be adjusted for, going further down the line.
Good afternoon. How's everyone? And this is my second year coming here, so thank you again for the wonderful invitation. And I came in at the tail end of Assemblyman Singleton's speech. However, we sit on the Education Committee, so I know exactly, what he said. And yes. And his story has never changed. He's very consistent, which is fantastic. And the formula was only ran once, right? So we have, 7 years that it hasn't been run. Now, we're posed with 100 days of coming up with another formula. I say, let's go and run the formula and see what the holes are. And throughout we were traveling New Jersey, and we've been hearing testimony from a lot of you as well as residents to talk about this formula. And what took me back was two things. One, senior citizens are impacted by this because they are the bulk of the people who are paying taxes. However, their income is, stable. So how do we push that burden off of them to help them? And then the second is, I need to hear more about the quality of education that our children are receiving. Yes, we need money, right? Because there are winners and losers. I'm from Hudson County, and Bayonne, they are actually doing small fundraisers to raise money so that they can pay for education. And they have just laid off some teachers, and that's terrible. So at the end of the day, what are we doing to help educate our children throughout New Jersey? So I am all for, and we sit on the Education Committee, and I'm all for trying to figure out how we can make everyone a winner. Everyone. We need to make sure everyone is a winner and not a loser. And at the end of the day, our children need to be the winners because they are our future. So whatever I need to do on this committee and the State House with my other colleagues to make sure that we have equitable funding for all, I'm all for it. I'm not for a flat funding, right? 6,000, whatever the governor is saying. I'm not for that. How do you just say, we're going to start with a base of $6,000? I'm sorry, that doesn't jive with me, because you can't put a dollar amount on a student, because there are different characteristics of a student. There's different, how we have to train them, how we have to treat them. So we need to do an assessment, but we need to figure out the best model. And I say, let's start with the formula that we currently have, and let's run it, and let's look at it, and then let's fix that.
Can I follow up with you? You represent, I believe, Jersey City.
Yes.
Which is sort of the poster child of districts that might lose significant funding if the formula was actually run. I imagine there's some pressure on you not to let that happen. Speak to, because they would, we're talking tens of millions, if not 100 million plus.
It's hard, because think about this. I have Jersey City on this hand, and then I have Bayonne. So
next to each other.
Exactly. So I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul. That doesn't work. So for Jersey City, when we do run it, if it's ran, Jersey City would lose money. Do I want Jersey City to lose money? No. No, because our area, we need money. It's like 70% of our students receive reduced meals. So what does that say? And then you look at Bayonne, they were never an Abbott, so they never really got the full funding. So I'm stuck, like, what do I do? But I want to make sure that all New Jersey students receive equitable funding. It's tough.
Yeah, I'll go to Assemblyman Rival. You've been in the Assembly for a little while. Speak to this. Everyone has said there's winners and losers, and that is how we sort of got in this situation in the first place. It's because, and largely it was legislators like yourselves who didn't want their districts to have any losers. And so adjustment aids were built in, there were different caps built in. How do we not go through that exercise all over again and end up with a similar situation that we're in now?
Well, thank you for including me today. I learned a very valuable lesson. Don't show up late because you get put at the end.
I give you a fresh question at least.
I know what Troy is. I do appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I have to say, just on behalf of my colleagues, and I wish our chairwoman was here, this is probably one of my favorite committees that we have in Trenton, because I think if anyone sat in an education committee, you'd find that politics kind of gets left at the door. And I think we've worked very well on a lot of good issues. This is a key issue here that we're talking about now, obviously school funding. And it is something that we need to come up with a very fair and equitable formula that's equitable to everybody. I do think, and I say this all the time, I think we have some of the best schools and the best teachers in this state. That's not our problem. It's the funding that is the problem. I don't think we need to reinvent that. But I do think that when the governor started his formula of 6,500 flat, whatever, it started a conversation. We started having hearings. And I personally would like to accept the 100-day challenge that the governor gave us, because I think it is important. And when you look at my district, for example, and that's what we're all going to talk about because we're all defending our districts, but I look at some of my towns who are getting $5,000, $6,000 per student. And then my former district in Asbury Park is getting $28,000 per student. That's not fair and equitable. We used to sit there and look at this. I was doing teacher for a day in Point Barrow High School, talking about economics, and I used the school funding as part of the model. And high school's children, their jaws are dropping. They're like, well, so we're getting $6,800 here in Point Barrow, and the town is coming up with another $17,000 per student, $18,000 per student, and Asbury Park is getting $28,000 for what? What are we getting from that? And I think, if you look at the former Abbott districts, I used to represent 3 of them, Neptune, Asbury, and Long Branch. You could go to all 3 of those schools, and you could see where the money went. Neptune, Long Branch, beautiful campuses, productivity, results. And Asbury Park is still sitting there as a failing district. And you can't, one thing that I've learned, one of the priorities I've had on this committee, and a lot of my colleagues support me on, is special ed. Special ed funding. And I use the funding formula in relation to special ed, because one thing, we can't keep throwing money at education to say we're throwing it. So just to come up with a pot of money and say we're throwing it at it, and you feel bad for these special ed parents who really aren't paying attention. They're trying to do the best they can to advocate, but then after 12 years, they're asking what happened to my child. And the state comes back and says, well, we gave you the money, we provided the services, but my child's not what I expected. And the same thing with just regular general education. We need to come up, again, with that fair and equitable formula. The $6,500, is that realistic? No, we know that, but it's been a talking point. Ever since this was discussed, we've been talking about it, we're having hearings, and we're actually trying to move forward with it. And I know Troy's going to find the money in the budget, because he does that stuff so well. And then Bob Balfour's going to find it when he finds the money.
He'll make his way to Burlington County, though. We'll find it.
Assemblyman Arth, you wanted to respond to something?
Yeah, I was listening to my colleague, Assemblywoman McKnight. We're sitting in the committee together, we're friends, but I have to discuss briefly the Jersey City issue. I just looked up quickly. I remember seeing an article, so I looked it up. These phones are fabulous. And I always have an encyclopedia with this. So let's talk about somebody who's pretty famous, former gubernatorial candidate, Steve Fulop. And he owns a home.
I don't believe he ever did run, did he?
I think he was a potential candidate. His ambition got cut short. In any event, he has a home in Jersey City and Ogden Avenue, and he paid $739,000 for it. And I have a home in Old Tappan that's probably worth about. I have a home in Old Tappan that's probably worth about $500,000, maybe $550,000. And I'm paying $14,000 in taxes, and Mayor Phillip's only paying $7,000. So $7,700 to be exact. This is NorthJersey.com. So there's a disparity, and what happens is when the school funding formula is skewed like that, where they're being overfunded at the detriment of other municipalities, then other people, like people that I represent, are forced to pay higher taxes. But you take that and you have to multiply it by every resident in the community. So everybody in the community that I represent is forced to pay an additional $7,000, while somebody like Steve Fulop pays $7,000 less in his property taxes. But the funding is pretty fabulous down there. So if you want to talk about fair funding, we have to look at that, because that's patently unfair.
Assemblyman Arth and I sit next to each other. Can you picture our conversation?
Yes.
But the letter I mentioned that my senator and I sent out did speak to those disparities. The local share, as you all know, plays a part in how people are determined. And one of our gripes was the fact that Jersey City hadn't revaled in over 20 years, and that they were giving 30-year tax abatements to many of these very lovely high-rise projects. Our effort was to get everybody talking and to look at these issues. And Jersey City just jumped out at me as a member of the Education Committee when we were talking about actually charter schools and Newark's issues. And so taking a look at it, I saw Newark used to be one of the Abbott districts, but one of the 17 now underfunded. And then saw biggest city of the state, Newark, second largest city in the state, Jersey City. The disparity between the two was overwhelming. I have to tell you, my senator and I did this, I think, fairly, because we have two very significant communities in our district that would lose revenue, Camden City and Gloucester City. And we've met with both our superintendents. I can't tell you that they're really happy with us at this point, because there isn't a school district in the state that doesn't need more money. But what's been happening in underfunding other places is even their buildings are rotting away. When Assemblyman Talaferro mentions Kingsway, their track is rotting. They can't even use it. So we really have to solve the problem. There is no question when the income tax was put in place, and God bless me, I actually was a staffer in the legislature at the time. It was put in all about education. It got watered away subsequent years because everybody had to get their hands in the pot. But it was all about giving every child in the state an opportunity to be well-educated. And that really, and I look at Angela, and it's incredible the way she has to look at her district with Bayonne and Jersey City. We need to find a way out of this, and we're going to need everybody's help, and we're going to have to hold everybody's hand, because it's not going to be easy for some. But if we just do, I think Assemblyman Singleton said it, if we, and others, if we just fund the formula with the dollars we have, we may be getting on the right path, so that hopefully New Jersey can be a really prosperous state. Maybe we'll have the revenue to do a better job. This year, I think I hope Assemblyman Singleton's right, but I think you're stuck with what was in the budget, flat funding. And anyway, I had to make that comment. Thanks.
I want to jump to a new topic, and a very timely one, and I'll start with Assemblyman JC on it in terms of park testing. As many of you might know, there was a bill or resolution passed yesterday that would reverse the administration's move to make the park part of the graduation requirement in 2021, if I'm right on that. And it's a convoluted process. They actually have to vote on it twice, and it needs the Senate approval. But talk about the legislature's role on park testing. Oftentimes these things are focused on the administration and the state board. Now the legislature is starting to weigh in. The Senate has been less aggressive on this than, let's say, than you have in the Assembly. But talk about the politics of this and where you see it's headed.
How much time do I have?
Not a lot, so.
Okay, all right, just very briefly, yes. Yesterday, I was very gratified that the Assembly voted 67-3 to pass this ACR 215. And what it says, very simply, is that it's a directive to the State Board of Education to not use park as a graduation exit exam. It does not say don't use park at all, because I'm still getting different information from people. Some feel that it's giving us good information, others not so much. I would say that since this year, I believe starting at the end of this month, we'll be administering the park for the third time. That's not a lot of time. We only have 2 years of information, so in my book, that's not a fully vetted test yet. However, the idea behind the legislation, or it's actually a resolution, is that we would ask the state board to consider something else as an exit test. It's not removing the idea of a graduation test, because that's in statute. That would require a whole different approach. And the reason for it is really constituents. I've been listening to them for the last 2 years, to parents, to teachers, to students, to my own kids, grandkids. Talk about the fact that it takes a tremendous amount of time to prep for the test, to take the test. It strains resources. I think it was kind of a perfect storm of bad timing, because it came along at a time when our resources were really stressed, especially our technical, our computer ability. I know districts have spent money that they didn't really have in order to be able to administer this test. So the idea is, this is very much in response to the fact that also that that park was never intended as an exit exam. Park is supposed to be used to inform instruction. It's supposed to give feedback as to whether or not the curriculum is effective, and is it being delivered effectively. So the next step would be that the Senate take it up, and if it passes the Senate, then we don't have to, it doesn't require the signature of the governor. And I think it would be a very positive thing, and a very positive statement to send the state board this message and ask them to come up with something else. And that's where we are.
Yeah, and the way correct me if I'm wrong, the way the process works is the state, if the Senate approves this, and that's far from certain, the state board would then have to act within 30 days. And if they don't act, then another vote could be had by the Assembly again and the Senate, which would basically reverse it.
That's correct.
Let me follow up with you. If not Park, as you said, the statute does require a high school exit exam. What would it be? Are we going back to HSPA? A whole new testing that we'd have to then roll in and vet, as you say?
Well, as I'm fond of saying, I'm not an educator, so that's not something that I would answer. I would leave that to the educators. But I think Park is kind of the poster child of over-testing, too much testing. It's what we've been doing, not just here in New Jersey, but across the country, is we've been dedicating more and more of our school day to prepping for the tests. I have a niece who's a junior in high school, and she's not a good test taker. And every year she does test prep before school, test prep after school. I mean, this kid just talks about it all the time. She loves school and she loves learning, but she doesn't like testing because she said, I just never look as good on a test as I think I'm doing, because when I do the work, I do my homework, I go to class, and I'm told I'm doing well, but something happens to me when I take these tests. I think a lot of us can relate to that. So I want to see us bring the joy of learning back into the classroom. I want our kids to look forward to going to school and to learning and to exploring. And I think we really need to have that discussion and figure out what's the best way to do that.
Senator Leibel, you've spoken out on some of these issues, especially around privacy issues as well. What is your, and that was, I spoke with you, I think here, a year ago on that. What is your thinking on where Park is headed, specifically as a graduation test, but also as a test grades 3 through 11 at the moment? And where are we headed as a state from your point of view?
I've been very outspoken on the Park and standardized testing. It's something I oppose the abuse and overuse of standardized testing. It's been out of control. I do think, to the Assemblyman's credit, I did support her resolution. We have the technology in place in the schools now because of Park, so we can't go back from that. So we have the technology. I think as I said earlier, I think we have some of the best schools and the best teachers. I think we have the ability to come up with an exit exam on our own that can be used with the technology that was installed in the schools, because we already spent that money. But
it not being Park, or a wholly different set, or
coming up with our own, not Park, but our own New Jersey exit exam if they're looking for it. But I agree with the Assemblyman, we've gotten to the point now where we're just teaching to a test day in and day out. And the students are not learning. Teachers are not teachers anymore. I couldn't imagine why someone would go to school to be a teacher today, because all you're going to do is come in and teach to a test, and I don't know how gratifying that is. It's very mundane, and I think that we put a lot of pressure on the kids regarding the testing because of the haves and have-nots. And ironically, last night sat on a panel for opioid abuse at a town hall at Monmouth University, and a woman who was a former addict said it best: the children today are growing up with pressures that none of us ever would have imagined or seen in our wildest days. And this testing is part of it, because people feel like they need to do better. We need our students to just be regular students, and we need our teachers to go back to teaching. So I don't think I'm ever going to win that argument. I know Assemblyman often I disagree in our caucus occasionally on my view of the testing, but I do think we do a tremendous amount of over-testing. And that's why I did support the Park resolution. I would continue to stand by it. I just think that we need to come up with a better plan. And we need to come up with a better way, because we know why a lot of this testing is being done, right? We want to engage what the kids are learning, but we also want to know who's doing their job in the classroom. So we need to come up with a better plan of how you guys can get in to supervise the class, the teachers better. We don't give you enough tools for that. That's what we have to do. That's part of it. And maybe the testing would back off if we could come up with a better evaluation plan for all you supervisors, so you're not constantly figuring out how to get to a classroom. And what's concerning to me, real quick, and I'll pass off to somebody else, I have a bill right now that would require you to become, if you had a standardized test, you would actually have to become a state vendor. You have to be authorized by the Commissioner of Education to be that vendor. Right now, anybody could peddle a standardized test anywhere in the state of New Jersey to say to somebody, you're going to get A, B, and C as your answers if you use this test. There's no guidelines. So somebody from Arizona could come in and peddle a test just to peddle it. Who knows what's being taught in that test?
But Mark isn't the vendor. You're saying these individual smaller DRAs, whatever it might be. Okay.
I went off on a tangent.
Okay, that's fine. So I want to open up this, I know that this is an issue of interest to you, to folks, so anybody who has a question, feel free to step up to the mic and we'll take it. I wanted to ask Assemblyman Singleton, the politics of this. How far does the legislature go in dictating what tests we have in our classrooms? Is this a role for the legislature, or have they been forced into this role? Talk a little bit about, because part of the problem is the Senate is not necessarily of like mind on this issue. And I'm not sure they're going to be honest with you, unless they get 2,000 phone calls that Myla said she received as well. But talk about that a little bit. Where does the legislature play a role in this?
Well, I think our role is critical in this conversation as it relates to this particular test being used as a graduation requirement. I give full marks to my friend and colleague, Assemblywoman J.C., for championing this issue in a really concerted way. Beyond the philosophical issue associated with the test or not the test, the regulations as they were done were not done correctly. They weren't done based on the statutes that exist in law, and it was clear from all of us, whether you believe there should be some sort of measuring stick or not, that it just couldn't be done in the fashion in which the Board of Education had it outlined. So that was the reason why that had to be done, and I was proud to support my colleagues in doing that yesterday. But the overall question of whether or not the legislature has a role in that, I think we do. I think if you think about it, education has always been the gateway to opportunity. And I don't say that to be tongue-in-cheek. I say it as a kid who grew up in Philadelphia in an urban environment and moved to southern New Jersey, and now have an opportunity to sit before you as a legislator. It was without education I wouldn't be here. And it always takes us from where we are to where our potential tells us we can be, which is critically important. So those of us as elected officials, we have a unique perspective, and I think an undying role in making sure that that sentiment is able to be fulfilled for each and every child in this state. And the regulations as they exist, or the legislation that comes forward, if we're not have that undergirding that drives us to that point, then I think it's incumbent upon us to step in and try and address these situations. I want to just say this one point. I don't know where our colleagues in the Senate ultimately will end up. I will tell you that I don't think it's cut and dry that they will not take it up. I think there's a lot of voices over there to feel this is important for a lot of different reasons. So may be surprised that we actually may be on the same page as the other house. I'm always hesitant to call them the upper house with respect to trying to advance this issue. But I think on this one, regardless of where you feel about testing broadly, putting that aside, just from our responsibility of looking at regulations and how they adhere to statutes that are the underpinning of them all, the regulations are a complete divestiture of the statute and how it's created. So just by doing your job in that regard, I would hope my colleagues in the Senate take this up to send a clear message that we have a standard, the statute tells us what it is, and the regulations go against that standard.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, I've covered education for, seems a long time. And I don't recall, because obviously regulations are really where the rubber meets the road, and I don't recall a legislature on an education issue at least coming back and moving, at least not on such a significant one. There's somebody at the microphone who had a question.
Hi.
If you can identify yourself.
As a middle school principal, I used to tell my kids, be the voice and not the echo. And I know there's a lot of people in here that have voices and are thinking a lot of things. I'm sorry, I get aggravated really quickly. and I try to bring myself back down to a calm level. In response to you, Assemblyman, first of all, it's really nice to see a face with the names that I often read about, so thank you for coming today. You mentioned the students, you never mentioned the parents. For me, my bigger issue with the parents, they're just not parenting. I'm sure a lot of people in here can feel the same way, that we're parenting. And you mentioned something about the opioids. Well, parenting, and it comes down to that is a very large part of our issues, is parents being there. And the funding has to go for things that are after school, because parents are working, and more of them working. At least we're providing them with some homework time and some social time, and introducing them to being better people, and having mindfulness and all that other stuff that goes along with it. But every day is a work in progress, and I just want you to know that everything that you're doing and putting in place, it's a good thing. And I do think that the playing field, I am from Old Japan, should be leveled out on who gets how much money, and things being somewhat equal, and then make supplemental pieces for those that truly need it. But the bottom line for me has a lot to do with parenting. And I think that needs to be more of some of the discussions that we have, because there's not enough parents that are taking the time to sending them to school for us to parent and for us to educate.
Is there a legislative remedy to that? I mean, is that...
Well, I'll come up on my next time.
I'm not sure there's a question in there, but...
I just want to add a little bit, since we've heard about the drug issue, that in Camden County, the Camden County Freeholder Board is actually making Narcan available to all putting it in all our high schools, which breaks my heart that we have to do that. I think it's an extraordinary effort. They've been doing extraordinary work on that. And to the parenting issue in Camden School District, which is an incredible mix of charters and regular public schools, they have been starting to visit families, going to your point that schools and educators are doing as much parenting, if not more, than our folks at home. I don't know how we get there. We have moms that are working 2 and 3 jobs in order to put food on the table, and yet we can't, not an education issue necessarily, we can't get a minimum wage bill passed. We talk about the property taxes and their imposition on our seniors and others, and we can't get a conversation going on moving school funding off of property taxes, which is the worst measure of wealth. It is no measure. You know, we have freeholders all over the state, and they're there because it used to be men who were freeholders of land, because that's how we could judge someone's wealth. Well, that's certainly not sure today. So we have got to engage. Once we resolve how we're going to level this playing field on education, we have to start really seriously talking about how we fund public works, public goods.
I'll let you respond quick, and then
So in reference to the after-school, I totally am in agreement with you, and next month I'm going to a conference in California to talk about the importance of after-school. So I'm going to bring some information, and hopefully we can do some type of legislation to also help after-school programming. And before you start, I just want to piggyback, just a little tangent on Assemblyman Art. In reference to, like, this is education, right? And we are all supposed to be bipartisan, right? So to bring in the Mayor Phillips and what he's paying, it was very inappropriate. So I just want to say, we haven't had, because I'm a homeowner in Jersey City, so I'm paying taxes too. And we haven't had a revow since 1988. However, we are forced to have one done by November of this year. So that means we are doing it, the mayor is doing it. We just started conversations to educate the residents, and hopefully in November, the revals will be done, and everyone from the south side to the north side to the west side will have to pay their fair taxes on their house. So I just want to let everyone know that issue is being resolved. However, it's been an issue since 1988. So the current administration inherit that issue, but right now, the current administration is working to fix it. So I just wanted to put that so that everyone knows the entire truth.
Thank you.
And I think, and I appreciate all of you guys being here, seriously. You're all elected, you're all doing as best you can with what you got. But kind of like, this is what's blowing up my brain. Just on the budget side, and then I want to talk about the park and the other testing and things like that. So, school administrator, Union County, love my job, love my kids, everybody here does. And everybody will never disagree with programs, after-school activities, before-school activities, lunch, breakfast, dinner, everything that we can ensue for the entire community to make the kids have a better experience overall and the opportunities afforded to them. And there is no one here that will deny any of that. However, I will say, and I do agree with a lot of the comments up there, that there is a cost inhibitor. And it seems like, I guess the frustration part on my part, at least what I sense from some of you guys talking, is that we still don't have our act together regarding the budgetary way that we can fund whatever formula we want to fund. And what I don't get is, it's every year. We're capped at 2%. We have to have a budget. If I'm over 2% and it doesn't meet a certain standard, it's got to get cut. If it can meet a certain standard and the parents in the community can vote on it, that's great for a second question. You can't put certain things on a second question. We understand all that. We are withheld within the parameters by which we're governed by, and we're required to do that. So it's frustrating. Our budgets, as was stated before, got pushed back. We understand why. We're still not sure about funding, and it just seems that we're waiting now till April. And again, we're doing all this for next year when kids coming into district, out-of-district kids have to, whatever this thing is going to be on the cost side, it's just very frustrating. And then to see you guys really not, I won't say that you don't understand, because I understand on the legislative side, you do understand what you need to do, and there's a lot of dynamics that you have to negotiate, but you really don't understand what we do every single day, how we do it, and why we need to do it in a more timely fashion. That's the budget side. On the park, you want to do a new test? Listen, we've always had a test. I concur with the statements from the DOE before. Absolutely. You want to bring back the HESPA? You want to make it online? The issue in general is the unfunded mandates. So we went to the park. You wanted technology to be used. Great theory. There were many, many schools that did not have the proper bandwidth, computers. We're not a one-on-one program. A lot of districts in Union County do. That's great for them. For them to do the park, it's like 3-4 days. It's beautiful. Everybody comes in at the same time. They're done by 11 o'clock. We're ready to go. I'm in middle high school, so I got 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. I have extra grades. The middle schools who go grades 3 to 8, they have 5 grades. If you're not a one-on-one, you're doing computer labs, or now you're buying stuff. So now you're budgeting that. You're taking that budgeted money for computers, which is important, Chromebooks and stuff, but you're taking that money out of your budget that should go to something else to fulfill the mandate that's unfunded by you guys to us. We do it, we adjust, we do everything we can. Everybody's much better, I think, year 3. Just to kind of challenge your idea about 2 years of park, you have 1 year. The first year was abysmal regarding who did what, who took what. We didn't get those responses back till, I think, the following January. This year, a little bit better. I think we got them by October. Better, but again, the year's already over. We're already a month and a half into the marketing period, but that's a different conversation for a different time.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, absolutely. I apologize. No, I mean, it's really about unfunded mandates regarding what you require, and I understand that you put things out. There are always unfunded mandates, and really the decision regarding when you're going to come up with what the changes will be on the budgetary side.
I mean, speak to that. I mean, somebody was talking about Narcan now also being, speak to what the legislature has done that's put on in terms of on districts.
Well, actually, I don't believe the legislature mandated park. We argued about it quite a bit. I think that was the department, perhaps. But there's so many things that have been raised, so many issues that we need to talk about, and that was one of the reasons that we had multiple hearings throughout the state, so that legislators could hear from practitioners, from parents, from students even, about what's actually happening. I did serve on a school board for 3 terms, and I have a daughter and a sister who are both teachers, so this is something we talk about all the time, in real time. I don't have an answer for you, except to say that
I agree with the first speaker who basically was talking about the amount of time that teachers and administrators and paraprofessionals have to spend parenting. And I think that's a broader societal issue, beginning with when babies are born and we don't provide paid time off for moms, like my daughter who's home right now, who does not have paid maternity leave, and where they're going to go, who's going to watch them, who's going to take care of them, because parents need to go back to work. We don't support families. We don't support seniors well. We don't support our aging parents, like mine, who lives with me, who needs a lot of care. I think this is a broader issue that we as Americans need to be talking about. I think it's shameful that in 2017, we do such a poor job for such a wealthy country of making sure that everybody has the minimums. And I think many of the things that you're talking about reflect that situation. In terms of unfunded mandates, I agree with you. I agree with you. Every time we make a requirement on districts, I do ask that question. What does that mean? When is that going to be done? People come to me all the time talking about, you should teach this in the schools, and you should teach that in the schools. And my answer is, well, okay, when we have a longer day and a longer school year and more teachers and more resources, maybe we can do that. But we can't. We just can't. And I feel like we're coming to a very critical point where we've got to really talk about these things and figure out what is absolutely best for our kids, for our families, and for our society. And how do we make the most of the resources that we have?
Another question?
Hi, I'm Angela, and can you hear me? And I'm from Monmouth County, and I want to first thank you for the opportunity to have these discussions. My question goes for both. It's for budgeting and it's for Park. And as an educational leader, I deal with Park for the last 3 years. My concern as a parent, as a taxpayer in this state, is anybody looking at what this test is costing us? We have done 3 years of this, and in just the math alone, we are running more than 50% of the questions as a field test. We're doing Pearson Ed a wonderful service to help boost their program. But we have not been, in my opinion, effectively using our taxpayer money to support our students, and that's my concern. So I just wanted to know if that was something that you knew about and something that you're taking into consideration through all of this.
Senator Singleton?
The short answer is yes. It is something that has been discussed and continues to be discussed. If folks have been privy to our hearings, both on the Senate and the Assembly, again, I will give full marks to my friend and colleague, Assemblyman J.C., who raises this every time any bill touches Park, no matter what conversation it is about the cost in this aspect. So she's done a good job of educating us, no pun intended, on that concept. What I envision that will happen, and I'm quite candid with you, that is not as much of a concern for the current administration, or else it would have been changed, to be fair. Whomever is the next governor, whomever, I think will have a different perspective on that particular point that you just talked about, because that is crystallized in the minds of both Democrats and Republicans about just getting the most bang for your buck. Again, putting the policy aside, whether you believe in Park or don't believe in Park, from a finance standpoint, whether you're a conservative, a moderate, or a liberal, no one really likes to see money wasted, especially your money. No one wants to see their money as taxpayers wasted. So, but I envision when we have a change in leadership in the executive branch, you'll see a more fine-tuned put on that point. Just having listened to a lot of the fine men and women who are talking about leading our state next. So I do believe you'll see that, but I don't think you'll see it between now and January of 2018 until maybe the third week in January 2018. I think when there's a different occupant in Drunklacket, I think you'll see someone looking at that particular issue you talked about and trying to correct remedy to it.
Okay, and I just want to clarify what I'm saying. In the math program for a high school student to take one of the math assessments, there are 17 to 18 questions that are to the count, that we get records on, that we get student scores on. There's 40-something questions that the students answer. The rest of those questions are field tests. We're just helping Pearson Ed. Right. We're not helping our students, so I just wanted to make that was.
Good point.
And I think we have one more question.
And I was told to be quick.
I had a lot of things I wanted to say, but I'm going to be really quick, and I won't talk about park or anything. Mine's on attendance. It's really quick. Attendance. The law really has no bite to it, and it only covers ages 6 to 16, and our kids are in school from 5 to 18, so we really need a law that covers the ages in which kids are in school. So if the legislature could do something to have a law that gives us the tools that we need to help us get kids to be in school, since we are now going to be held accountable for kids being in school, we need a law that helps us do that.
And I think there is some bills on chronic absenteeism that are at least starting to look at that. Anyone who's actively involved in those, someone tell us.
We are looking at that.
So I think we run out of time. I apologize if I cut off anybody. And I'm sure I want to thank the panelists. I'm sure they'll be happy to stick around and take any further questions. But thank you all very much. It's always a pleasure, and I look forward to the next panel as well. Thank you.
What are we going to do? I know. I know.
Sure, good to see you, buddy. Great to see you.
Who said Heather? No, they're leaving. And then, if everyone could just stay seated while we change over. How great it is to see this room so full today. I cannot tell you how much my professional life has changed because I became involved in NJPSA. So I encourage you, you're here, so keep getting involved, and then get one of your friends to get involved, because I think that that is hugely important. It is my pleasure now to move us forward toward the last part of our program today. So far, we've looked at two branches of government. We've looked at the executive branch through the Department of Education. We've looked through the legislative branch through our elected representatives that were just here. And as you know, 2017 moving forward is a major state election year that will determine the future direction of New Jersey government for the long term. Educators and students have a lot at stake, particularly with proposals to authorize private school vouchers, reduced funding, and reduced program support being proposed at the federal level. As Pat reminded us this morning, now is the time to get engaged in choosing the future direction of our state and our schools, and that means choosing the best leaders for the legislature and for the governorship. NJPSA is assisting us today by putting the spotlight on individuals who are seeking the office of New Jersey governor, arguably the strongest governorship in the nation. NJPSA invited all the major candidates running for the governorship to share their positions for our state and our schools in anticipation of the primary election on June 6th. While all of the candidates expressed a desire to share their agenda with our membership, two candidates prioritized today's opportunity to share their views with school leaders across our state. It is my pleasure to introduce Assemblyman John Wisniewski, a Democratic Party candidate in the 2017 New Jersey gubernatorial race. Assemblyman Wisniewski has served in the New Jersey General Assembly since 1996, where he represents the 19th Legislative District in Middlesex County. In the Assembly, he has served in key leadership roles, including Deputy Speaker, Assistant Majority Leader, and Chairman of the Transportation, Public Works, and Independent Authorities Committee. Mr. Wisniewski served as the Democratic co-chair of the 2011 New Jersey Apportionment Commission and as chair of the legislative committee that investigated the Fort Lee Lane closures. We could have some discussions about that, I think. He previously served as the chairman of the New Jersey Democratic State Committee and as the New Jersey lead for U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. He earned his J.D. from Seton Hall Law University. He currently lives in Middlesex County with his wife and his three daughters. Please join me in welcoming Assemblyman John Wisniewski.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Or actually, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity, NJPSA, to be here and to provide my view, and I know you'll hear from my general election opponent, Jack Ciatarrelli, in a few minutes, but thank you. This is an audience that probably more than any other audience I could speak to understands better our education system and the challenges that face us. The Christie administration for the past 7 years has made one bad choice after another that has cost the state's taxpayers and our students dearly. Throughout his 2 terms, our governor has been literally obsessed with turning over our public institutions to private corporations, from privatizing public water systems to letting private corporations have free rein to run schools in our state. This obsession has gone national lately with the new president, Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, who strives as one of her primary motivating factors to dismantle public schools in favor of corporate, profit-driven schools that are more interested in making money than in educating our children. One of the worst things that the current governor has done is to habitually and recklessly underfund our public schools. And now, if you paid attention to the most recent budget address, he has challenged the legislature to, in the next 100 days, to rewrite the school funding formula. Absolutely unprecedented and bad public policy. The outgoing governor should not be able to dictate the next governor's agenda for school funding, and I'm going to work against that so that we can keep so that we can hold on to the School Funding Reform Act that needs to be fully funded before we start deciding whether or not it should be changed. Since 2010, when he came into office, Governor Christie has proposed billions of dollars in cuts to our K-12 education system funding, as well as habitually and chronically underfunded public colleges and universities. By treating our education system as a burden, our governor has caused our state to blow an opportunity to further build our state into a world-class education center like it once was known. And even worse, students under this governor have received, as a consequence, substandard educations that unfortunately will plague them for the rest of their lives. The failure lies squarely at the feet of the type of politics that dictates the outcomes in Trenton. We have a political system that unfortunately values party boss input more than practical public policy. And we see time and time again the transactional deals that get done in Trenton that ultimately wind up benefiting the wealthiest New Jerseyans, like the most recent estate tax cut, at the expense of everybody else in the state. Nearly a decade ago, the state of New Jersey passed the School Funding Reform Act, at the time a national model designed to even out and end years of inequities and disparities in how we fund our education system. But despite that good effort, we only fully funded it once. And Chris Christie, over the years, has refused to fully fund it. If I am governor, that will end. If education truly drives our economy, which I believe it does, we have to fully fund education to make our economy truly grow. And fully funding our School Funding Reform Act in my first year as governor will be a priority. That will also help us solve another problem, because the two, we know, are inextricably linked. School education costs and property taxes. When we don't fund our School Funding Reform Act, we cause property taxes to go up. Time and time again, despite glowing rhetoric from this governor about how he has addressed property taxes, we see the School Funding Reform Act not fully funded, and we see, therefore, property taxes going up to make up the difference when it shouldn't have and it doesn't need to. So the fastest way that we could address property taxes in New Jersey is by fully funding our School Funding Reform Act. We need to close the gap between what we need financially and what we have financially by taking a couple of bold steps. As I said earlier, the estate tax cut was a mistake. It took $1 billion out of our state budget, not just once, every year, forever. And so when we think about all of the times that we haven't been able to pay our bills, we can talk about education, we could talk about our pensions, we could talk about our transportation system. The very idea that the state of New Jersey had $1 billion in loose cash laying around to give away is absolutely preposterous. And so I'm committed to not only restoring that, but doing more. Because we know that we also waste a lot of money in New Jersey that we shouldn't have. We have a very robust program in our state, what I would call corporate welfare. We have doled out well over $7 billion over the last 7 years in money that is described in very glowing terms. They are programs to retain jobs, programs to attract jobs, programs to help businesses grow. But when we look at the actual impact of those programs, we see that we are spending well over $100,000 per job to create jobs that pay at best $20,000 or $30,000 a year. The finances just don't add up. But just as importantly, that money, instead of being wasted in unsuccessful efforts to attract jobs and provide corporate welfare, could be going into our education system. Not only our K-12 system, but as I had mentioned earlier, our higher education system. As governor, I'm going to make sure that stops, and we can save almost $800 million a year in doing that. And then finally, we have to recognize that in New Jersey, we do have a problem in meeting our educational obligations, and we have talked but been unsuccessful in imposing the millionaire's tax. We have, in the New Jersey legislature, put it on this governor's desk time and time again, only to see it vetoed. As governor, I will ask the legislature to give me that. I will sign it, and we will have another $500 to $600 million a year. It is not unreasonable to ask the most successful people in New Jersey to help make the next generation as equally successful, and that's what I'm committed to doing. We also have a drain on our education system, and we need to address it. Charter schools were started as a noble experiment, and I believe that there is an opportunity for that noble experiment to continue. But the way they have been administered and implemented over the past decade has created one problem: a drain of money from each school district, a drain of resources that make an underfunded education system even harder to manage and maintain. So as governor, one of the first things that I will do is impose a moratorium on the creation of new charters. I recognize that in the model that Joe Doria had set when he was the Speaker of the Assembly so many years ago, and he was one of the early advocates of charter schools, that the theory of creating an opportunity, laboratories for innovation and experimentation in public schools has a good place. But the way they have been administered is they have become essentially avenues for the privatization of public education. That has to stop. And so with the moratorium, I would look to examine what we've been doing, make sure that the rules are created in a way that we can take those successful experiments that our charter schools develop and implement them in a public school system, but also make sure that we're not creating a backdoor opportunity for the privatization of public schools. We have other problems in our education system that we need to address. We have a crisis in confidence that is created by the PARCC test. When the PARCC testing system started, we had well over 20 states that had been part of a consortium that was looking at that as an innovation in standardized testing. What we've seen is that dwindle to 6 states. We have seen it become a tool as a cudgel against education as opposed to a way to measure performance. There is a role for standardized testing to provide some type of baseline and tracking on how well students perform. But it shouldn't be used as a tool to evaluate, denigrate, or challenge teachers on their performance. We have to recognize that every classroom setting is unique, and using a standardized test to evaluate teachers doesn't serve the purpose for what standardized testing was originally created for. And so as governor, I would end the PARCC test. I would want to impanel my education commissioner along with education experts from across the state to determine what the next iteration of standardized testing would be, but to make sure that that testing is used simply for the purposes of tracking the progress of our students, not for just evaluating teachers. In addition, we have to make sure that we are providing the avenue forward for so many young men and women who come out of high school looking for that opportunity to move forward and increase their educational experience by going to college. Because a college degree today is the equivalent of what a high school diploma was perhaps a century ago. If you truly want to be part of the American dream and have the success that you see your peers having, a college education is almost indispensable. But equally, we see too many young men and women today coming out of college, crippled with student loan debt, and although they spent 4 years studying for a career, pursuing their passion, when they come out of school, they're not able to pursue that passion or follow that career because their overriding concern isn't about what they studied, it's about the debt that will come due in a few short months. And so we see so many young men and women shortcutting their careers, taking any job they can just to service the student loan debt. That has to end. As governor, I am proposing that we create a system in New Jersey in which young men and women who want to go to college, a public college or public university, and come from families earning less than $125,000, do so tuition-free. Moving forward, we know that there are lots of concerns about our public education system, but one of the primary concerns is making sure that we are attracting and retaining quality educators. The future of our system isn't about state budgets, it isn't about buildings, it isn't about policy discussions. It's about making sure that the next generation of teachers is enthused and welcomed into profession, that we're keeping the intellectual capacity of all of the teachers who are already in there, not chasing them out. And too often in the past 7 years, we've seen a dialogue in Trenton coming from the highest places in which teachers are denigrated, ridiculed, and belittled. As governor, that will stop under my watch. But we have to provide the hope that there's going to be a future for all of our educators. And the one way that we do that is living up to the promise that the state of New Jersey made to each and every one of them so many years ago and to our retirees. We said to those teachers that if you work and you do a good job, you'll have retirement security. Every 2 weeks, you'll get a paycheck, and an amount will be taken from your paycheck, essentially deferred income, to make sure that you can retire in dignity. It was the compact that was made. The state of New Jersey walked away from that compact. And so today we hear profound statements on both sides of the aisle, unfortunately, talking about how that system is not sustainable. We hear discussions from the highest levels in our state, from our governor, talking about how it will bankrupt our state. We have to recognize two things. This governor has made it clear that he would like to end our pension system. And so he has come up with every device and argument possible to make it appear that it's not solvable. But it is. We need to have the commitment and the willpower to do it. We have to recognize that just like each and every one of us, in choosing to deal with a business, whether it's somebody to come in and fix your heating system or repair a roof, you would not choose to deal with somebody who routinely did not live up to their obligations. So too with the state of New Jersey. If we want to convince young men and women to become educators, we have to give them the hope, the knowledge that we will live up to our promises. To the men and women who are currently educating our children, we have to send them that same signal. Don't leave, don't retire, continue to be part of our system, and we will promise to make sure we live up to the commitment made to you. And as governor, I will do that. Because we have to recognize that this system, not too long ago, was robustly funded. When I took office in 1996, our pension systems, there's several, but on average, were funded at over 100% in 1996. 21 years later, it's a very different story because of 21 years of inaction. And I remember the arguments made so long ago on why we should stop, and there was an argument made, why we should stop funding the pensions. It would be wrong to continue to take public money into a system so overfunded. The stock market will continue to go up. What's there to worry about? And of course, there's a lot to worry about. But recognizing that it took 20 years for the system to be broken, it's going to take probably just as long to fix it. Here's the problem, and here's the solution. The problem is that our state constitution doesn't allow Jack, myself, any legislator to put together a long-term program that survives more than 2 years. The Supreme Court recently ruled in litigation about enforcing pension obligations that next year's legislature is not bound by whatever this year's legislature does. And so we need to change that, and what I'm proposing is a constitutional amendment that will make sure that long-term obligations have a constitutional protection, that they can't be changed by next year's legislature. And we have to recognize that the money going in, we don't have to agree to an arbitrary schedule. What we have to agree is that there's always more money going into the pension system than coming out. And it will take a long time to fix, but it can be fixed. And as governor, you have my commitment to do that. The education system is a very complicated affair. And when we look at what's happening on the national level and the threats by Washington, D.C. to essentially defund or convert into block grants the money that comes to New Jersey, we're going to have a very difficult conversation as a state to discuss whether or not we will buy into the theories and the philosophy that's being sold in Washington, D.C., or say no, that we understand our state's education system best, and we're going to continue to do it our way. That's going to cost us money. But here's the key in all of these discussions, is whether we are more concerned about the dollars or the principles. And we have to be very careful about substituting dollars for principles, because in the long run, it doesn't benefit the children we're trying to educate. It doesn't benefit the reputation of the state of New Jersey. Because there's one thing that we know historically. The quality of education that our young men and women have gotten in New Jersey is one of the reasons so many businesses have chosen to create their corporate headquarters and set up business in New Jersey. The success of our higher education system and the graduates it produces was one of the magnets that brought business here. When we underinvest in education, when we make the short-term calculation that we can't afford it this year and maybe we'll push it off next year, what we do is send a signal to that entire community that we're not as serious about education as we used to be, and ultimately those businesses will vote with their feet and they'll go elsewhere. And so if we really are truly serious about improving New Jersey's economy, we have to remember it comes with investment. As a governor, I'm prepared to make those investments, and I'm prepared to make the tough decisions and the arguments that need to be made to the people of the state of New Jersey on why we need to raise the necessary funds to fund our education system. I look forward to having your support, and I look forward to the opportunity to answer your questions. Thank you very much. So how would you like to do this? There's a microphone in the center, and if you'd like, come on up. Or not. Going once. I know you're all dying to hear Jack Ciatarrelli, and we'll get to him.
Hello.
Hi.
Wisniewski from Point Pleasant, and I'm with the Southern Regional District. I'm concerned about the pension plan, of course, but I feel attached to the pension plan are our benefits and the health benefits, and I know everyone in the nation is concerned about the Affordable Health Care Act, but I'm concerned about insurance that our districts are paying for us, and how the costs have skyrocketed because of the insurance companies and because of pharmaceuticals. As governor, what do you plan to do about that?
That's an excellent question, because we can't really talk about pensions without talking about the health benefit component. And you're correct, we face a national crisis. We don't really know what's going to happen in Washington with the Affordable Care Act. There's a proposed replacement for all of us who want to see the Affordable Care Act stay in place. The good news is that the conservatives in Washington are unhappy with the replacement because it doesn't go far enough. And so there actually may be an unsuccessful fight to replace the Affordable Care Act. But we also know that eventually they'll get their act together and do something. And we see the prospect, 24 million Americans underinsured or uninsured, billions of dollars lost. What I'm proposing is that New Jersey has to prepare itself for what we see as an ultimate consequence of Donald Trump being president. And what I propose doing is creating a New Jersey single-payer healthcare system, would take the insurance companies out of the mix, because we know that right now, a good portion of the increase in the costs we're paying and every district's paying is driven by insurance company profits, not because of medical necessity. A single-payer healthcare system would have the advantage of cutting out the insurance industry and the profit motive that they have in the premiums they charge. It would streamline the delivery of services by making one point of contact for all healthcare needs, whether it be primary care physicians, emergency room services, medical, dental, and prescription. But on top of that, we need to recognize that a big part of healthcare is the cost of pharmaceuticals. Prescription drug costs are through the roof, and I have a daughter who uses an EpiPen, and when she was in grade school, the price of the EpiPen was a lot cheaper than it is today, and they expire, and they're $600-700. And for families that don't have a good health care plan, that can't afford to get that EpiPen through a health provider, what do? Well, they just keep an expired one handy, crossing their fingers, hoping that nothing bad will happen. That's the kind of nonsense that we have to end. And as governor, we have the ability here in New Jersey to create a plan, a single-payer plan, that covers pharmaceuticals and uses our state's bargaining power to negotiate directly with the pharmaceutical industry to demand that they provide those drugs at a lower cost. The EpiPen that I talked about, the parts and the components and the drugs probably cost somewhere about $10, yet it sells for $700. That's going to change when I'm governor. Thank you for that question.
Hi, my name is Sal Lagatuna, retired from Morris County. I know you talked about fully funding the pension system and fully funding education. And you also spoke about reinstating the millionaire's tax as well as the estate tax. Are those two taxes going to be enough to take care of those two issues as well as all the other funding needs for the state?
Well, we also have to grow the economy. But I wanted to make sure that as part of my campaign for governor, I'm not like other candidates who are just talking about, well, if we grow the economy, everything will be fine. Well, of course, everything will be fine if we grow the economy, but there also has to be some specifics. And so the specifics I'm offering is talking about the millionaire's tax. There's no other Democratic candidate talking about that. Talking about repealing the estate tax cut. There's no other Democratic candidate talking about that. But we have to face the economic reality that if we don't invest in our education system, we do so at our peril, and we hurt ourselves economically. But also, we have to recognize there are so many missed opportunities in growing the economy. The Transportation Trust Fund that was recently enacted, 23-cent a gallon gas tax. A lot of people believe that all 23 cents is going to build new things. If it were, our economy would grow. But the fact is that only half of that money is going to new projects. The other half of the money is going to balance the budget. That's got to stop, because if we're truly going to grow our economy, we need to invest all of that money to create the kind of jobs that will throw off the kind of tax revenue that will put our economy back on track. But just let me close on this one note. Fully funding the pension system can't be done under the way Governor Christie is proposing it, because he has chosen an artificially high number in an artificially short time frame. As I said, it's going to be a 20-year project to get the pension system back to where it needs to be, always making sure there's more going in than coming out. But we need to amend the Constitution to keep that ironclad promise there for years to come. Because if I'm fortunate enough to have 4 years or 8 years, there'll be people after me that will want to change it. We can't allow that. We need to have that system locked into place, and that's how I intend to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to our association. I'm Nicole Moore. I'm president of NJPSA, but I'm also a principal in Burlington County and Chemung Township, but I live in Mount Laurel. And one of the questions I didn't get a chance to ask the Assembly people, but one of the issues I'd like to bring up is school safety and security and full funding of school safety and security. We currently have an office at the Department of Education that goes in and does surprise drills in the schools, and I've spoken about this before. They came into my school and we made substantial changes. I'm sure many. Raise your hand if you've had any of those surprise drills in your schools here. So, and they basically just show up and they lock your school down with law enforcement, and they go through the school and they do an assessment. of the safety of your school and your reactions of your staff members. It really changed what my school looks like today and some of our practices, and I'm sure some of my colleagues felt the same way. Well, the office is not fully funded. They're kind of month to month, and I kind of became very good friends with Jeff Gale, one of the gentlemen in the office. And one of the things, and Assemblyman Singleton represents me, and so I've been hassling him about it, and the funding didn't make it into this budget.
No.
And so those are one of the things that I would like anybody running for governor to kind of focus on, because school security and safety is of utmost importance to everyone.
I couldn't agree with you more. One of the things that I had worked on unsuccessfully, unfortunately, because we couldn't get governor's support, is just one small part of that, is we use our schools as polling places. And our poll clerks, you've been in polling places, they're not going to stop an intruder. I mean, they're basically just able to take the names and get people to vote. And so I had a program and a piece of legislation that would have required funding for each school to provide security. I believe that the money that has not been funded to the Department of Education for this function has to be restored. And you know, the reason why the governor has underfunded all of these things is because he fundamentally doesn't believe in public education. As governor, I would want to make sure that we're funding that's important safety function, because, as you correctly point out, school security has changed drastically, especially when you think about when a lot of these buildings were built, what the mindset was and what the needs were for school safety, and where we are today. And so we need to make sure not only that we have the personnel to provide the security in all of our schools, that we're also providing the infrastructure support to make the kind of changes that are necessary that will be very hard to do on a district-by-district basis. And so as part of our school construction program, we need to be making sure that we're providing funding for schools to upgrade security aspects, whether it be better security systems at the door, better, more secure entrances and exits, but I intend and promise to fully fund that. Thank you. Let me just conclude on this note. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you to share my views on how we can do better for our education system in New Jersey. I hope you agree with those views, and I look forward to continuing this dialogue, because as we move closer to the June primary, we should recognize that whatever side of the aisle you're on, that the primary process is about having a debate and having a dialogue and giving all of you the information you need to make an informed decision. I hope this is part of it, and I look forward to continuing that dialogue. Thank you very much.
Once again, I'd like to thank Assemblyman Wisniewski for joining us today. Our next candidate, it's my pleasure to introduce Assemblyman Jack Ciatarrelli, a Republican candidate in the New Jersey gubernatorial race. Assembly Ciatarrelli currently serves in the New Jersey General Assembly, representing the 16th Legislative District, which includes communities in Harrington, Mercer, Middlesex, and Somerset counties. In the Assembly, he serves on the Financial Institution and Insurance and Regulated Professions Committees and as Republican Whip. Locally, he has served as the Raritan Borough Council President and as a freeholder of the Somerset County Board of Chosen Freeholders. Born and raised in Raritan Borough, Jack earned his BS in Accounting and MBA in Finance from Seton Hall University. Mr. Ciatarrelli is actively involved with youth sports, including football or softball, Little League, and basketball. He currently resides in the Somerset County area with his wife and 4 children. So please join me in welcoming Assemblyman Ciatarrelli.
Really appreciate it. He got it all right, and he says my last name perfectly. So first and foremost, thank you for all it is that your association does. Its advocacy is very effective. It brings balance to the debate in Trenton. It makes me a better legislator. It really does, so thank you for that. Second of all, when I'm in Hillsborough, my hometown, my favorite principal is Karen Bingert. Today, as a gubernatorial candidate, you're all my favorite principals. Karen Bingert has survived 4 Ciatarrellis and lived to look as great as she does. She's in great health. She does a great job at our Hillsborough High School. You guys do great jobs with all your schools, and I think what we tend to do too often in New Jersey, because of all the challenges we face, and there are a great many, we tend to always see the glass as half empty. When it comes to education, the glass is half full. We have the highest high school graduation rate in the country, and we produce a fantastic product great education, and a great outcome. And that has a lot to do with all it is that you do on a daily basis, weekly basis, and throughout the school year. And I know all of you are doing something that all of us, I think, are faced with these days. It seems like since the Great Recession, nothing's easy. So whenever there are more problems than there are resources, we need to be innovative. And you're doing that. And you're still churning out a good product. I know you're dealing with a lot of adverse things, personally, professionally, but we choose a vocation. I've chosen politics. Trenton is very, very difficult for me. It's the most challenging thing I've ever encountered. It's why I'm running for governor. I have the greatest respect for my colleagues in the institution, but I can't last another day. So I'm going for a seat that allows me to make the seismic changes that we need to make in New Jersey. That's really what my candidacy is all about. But today, let's talk about education. I really feel very strongly, my signature issue since I came to Trenton, it's one of the reasons why I went there, and it's one of the reasons why I'm running for governor, is school funding. School funding, and school funding. And not just because it affects property taxes, and property taxes, but because when it comes to education, I don't like when there's an inequity. And right now we have an inequity. No one is to blame. I want to believe it's inadvertent. John Corzine and the legislature were very, very well-intentioned in 2008 with SFRA. Very, very well-intentioned. But here's what we have now after X number of years with SFRA. Let's make the math simple. There are 600 school districts in this state. 400 are underfunded. 200 are overfunded. Some are grossly overfunded. That's unfair to me. It's unfair. It's flawed, and we need to correct it. Now, I would say this even if John was still here. I'm an MBA CPA. Any candidate who tells you that they will solve school funding by fully funding SFRA and making the full pension payment. Where's the gentleman that asked the question? I'm telling you, I want to see the math. That's what everybody wants to hear. But let me say this about fully funding SFRA. Fully funding SFRA means bringing the 400 districts that are currently underfunded whole. I don't know how that's fair, considering the fact that leaves 200 still overfunded. I don't know how that's fair when that means that 36 of the 600 get pre-K funded by the state for 3- and 4-year-olds. And the other 500 and whatever don't get a dime for pre-K. Now, Karen Biggett will attest that we have some pretty blue-collar, middle-class folks in Hillsborough. Let me go one town over that borders Hillsborough by the name of Manville, which gets $9 million less than it's supposed to. Even more blue-collar. Ravaged by the exit of industry, ravaged by repeated flooding. They don't get a dime for pre-K. And there are parents in that town, one of whom works just to pay for daycare, just to pay for the daycare of their children. But yet we have parents and custodians of children in 36 communities that no matter what their income level, get to send their children to pre-K, 3- and 4-year-olds, for free. Here's my solution. The money we spend in the 36 districts for pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds, we will wind down over a couple of years, and we will take that money and create a voucher system to allow parents, through means testing, not people of affluence, through means testing, we will use that money to allow them to get some money off the pre-K for their 4-year-olds. That, to me, is more fair than what we currently have. Here's what else we will do with regard to the underfunding of districts. We will take the 200 districts that are overfunded, particularly those that are grossly overfunded, and I don't want to make enemies today by naming names, but you know who those districts are. We will take the 200 districts and those that are grossly overfunded and decrease their excess. Is Hoboken here today? Good. Hoboken gets $7.5 million more than they should. We will decrease the $7.5 million 20% a year over 5 years so that they don't have a hockey stick effect. I want to be sympathetic because this is accidental where we are today. But it's not fair that Hoboken gets $7.5 million more than it should under SFRA and Manville gets $9 million less. Manville just sacrificed library space to create more classrooms. Now, I'm not saying this because I represent Manville. Manville is symbolic of dozens, literally hundreds of school districts across the state that are underfunded. We will decrease the Hobokens 20% a year on the excess. And we will take that excess and give it to those districts that are severely underfunded. Because I'll tell you this, here's the other inequity. When a $300,000 house in this town, when a $300,000 house in Manville pays more in property taxes than an $800,000 house in Hoboken, New Jersey City, we have a problem. And it has nothing to do with your inability or your school board's inability to control expenses. It has everything to do with school funding. Now, here's the deal. One of the things I love about being an CPA, it's either a debit or a credit. There is no gray area. The numbers never lie. And I'm willing to go down with this gubernatorial election because it's very cathartic for me, and I accepted these invitations to come and tell you the truth of the math. The truth of the math. Here's how else I have proposed in very, very painstaking detail, which is very dangerous. To be candid, it's actually giving you the details. But I know no other way, and I'm not going to stand here and give you platitudes, generalities, or rhetoric. Here's what we need to do. We need to abolish adjustment aid in the current school funding formula. It acts as a grandfather clause. It acts as a hold harmless clause. That's why Hoboken gets $7.5 million more than it should. There was a time when Hoboken needed that money. Government aid in any and all forms, whether it is food stamps, unemployment, welfare, or school aid, is meant to be a bridge until you can stand on your own 2 feet. It's meant to be a safety net, not a hammock. But yet, as Hoboken and Jersey City have revitalized, what have we continued to do? You all know how the budget works. You strike a budget. Deduct the federal aid you get. Deduct the state aid you get. What's left is the money you're going to raise through the local levy, property taxes to pay for your school budget. In most school districts, here's how it works. Deduct the federal aid, 5 to 10%. Deduct the state aid, 15 to 20%. What's left? 70 to 80%? Paid for through the levy. You know what the levy is in Newark? 10%. 90% is paid for by the feds and the state. Jersey City is the local levy. Camden, 2% is the local levy. 2 cents on the dollar. What's wrong with your eyebrows? You okay? Now listen, I do not support the governor's fair, what the hell is it called? And I'll tell you why. He brought attention to the issue, but I didn't support it because not all communities have the same ability to pay. And not all children are equal in their educational needs. And we are committed. Public schools, and I've been very fortunate in my life. My wife and I have lived the American dream. I believe in the public school system. I believe in the public school system. And I need to tell you, and Karen will confirm, within 10 miles of my house are some of the best private schools in all of New Jersey. I believe in the shared purpose of public schools. I believe I have a responsibility as a public official to send my children to public school. And we do. And we do. But know this. Know this. I am all for the thorough and efficient clause. Every child in this state deserves access to a high-quality education. But know this. There's a clause called the Equal Benefit Clause in our Constitution that says no community is supposed to benefit at the expense of another. And I tell you this, those blue-collar folks in Manville that are paying through the nose to have to send their kids to pre-K, when we don't even means test it, we do not means test the pre-K in those 36 districts that have pre-K for 3 and 4-year-olds paid for entirely by the state. I'm telling you that's a violation of the rights of the people who live in Manville. I'm telling you it's not fair. And I want the first person who wants to argue that point with me to step to the mic and let's have a constructive, above-board, respectful discussion on that. We need to get rid of adjustment aid. We need to redefine the local fair share. No community should be contributing less than 25% to their local school budget through the levy. 25%. We need to redefine the weighted averages, otherwise known as adequacy. In those schools that have a great number of free and reduced lunch children, adequacy is defined as $22,000 a year. In those school districts that have few free and reduced lunch children, adequacy is $12,000 a year. 22 needs to come down a little bit, the 12 needs to come up a little bit. And that will help us with a more equitable distribution of state aid. Let me say one other thing that I think you need to weigh in on as an association. Pilots. Now, I'm all for a payment in lieu of taxes to encourage economic development. But do you know what's going on with pilots? Who knows what's going on? You know, I like this guy. You were a minor in accounting, right? Here's what mayor and councils are doing. They negotiate a pilot to developers, payment in lieu of taxes. 5% of the pilot goes to the county and 95% goes to the municipality. How much goes to the school district? How do we fund public education in this state? Through property taxes. But now you're not going to pay any property taxes. You're going to pay a pilot. And 5 of it's going to go to the county and 95% to the town. And what went to the school district? Did your costs go down because of that? Come on. So here's my proposal on pilots. You want to use a pilot to encourage economic development? 75% of the pilots got to go to the school district. Listen, you guys got to start to weigh in on what's going on here. And I don't think it's fair if you're from one of those 200 districts that's overfunded or fully funded. God bless you. But please, as members of this association, be part of the solution. 400. And it is not fair. I'm not just talking about the taxpayers and the students. I'm talking about to the educators in those 400 districts. It's not fair. It's not fair. I want to leave a lot of time for Q&A, and I think I get to go to what? What time? 1:15? Gee, I would love to have John Wisniewski. He went 25 minutes. 1:20. That says me you're enjoying this so much. So I sit down next to that lovely woman over there by the name of Edith Fulton. Is that correct? She doesn't know who the hell she's sitting next to. And John Wisniewski says, Ciatarrelli's going to speak next, and points at me, and she goes, "You're Ciatarrelli? You're the one who says I make too much money?" I never said that. I never said that. I have a pension proposal that's very controversial because I want to make the full pension payment. I want to make the full pension payment. And here's how I propose us making the full pension payment. Now, I'm an MBA CPA. That's the 3rd time I've said that. You know why I do that? Because in the history of this country, of all the men and women who've ever served in the Congress, the House of Representatives and Senate, you know how many CPAs in the 240-year history of this? 16. You know how many CPA governors we've had? 3. I want to be the 4th. Okay? I want to be the 4th. We're kind of nerdy. It's all about the numbers. Okay, here's how I solve the pension program. You're not going to like it. Anyone with less than 10 years in the system goes into a cash balance plan. I believe that's because you still have anywhere from 15 to 20, 25 years to readjust if you don't like what kind of benefit it's going to provide. But I think that we are misled because when we hear cash balance and 401k, we think it's drastically different from defined benefit. It is in some respects from an actuarial standpoint, but not necessarily from your benefit. All new hires will go into a 401k. I do not believe that we will adversely affect the quality of the applicants because being a teacher now means being in a 401k. Being in a 401k, by the way, does not mean you're on your own. The employer will still make a contribution. But these are defined contribution plans, not defined benefit plans. Defined benefit plans are no longer sustainable because people are living into their 80s and 90s. They're living into their 80s and 90s. Okay? Here's the other thing that's very controversial about my plan, but I will be transparent with you, as CPAs always are. For all current and future retirees, if your pension plus your Social Security is north of $50,000 on a sliding scale, you will begin to contribute to your own post-retirement health care benefit. The post-retirement health care benefit is paid for on a cash basis by the state. It has tripled in the last 10 years, and people living into their 80s and 90s. And even when they pass, their family the spouse gets the benefit. I'm telling you, it's no longer sustainable. And when you're dealing with pensions, you got to reduce the long-term liability, reduce the current expense, and increase the current payment. That's how we make the pension solvent so your pension will be there. The pension will be there. That's my plan. Now, I know this. It's all through negotiation. When I get to Trenton, we'll use that as a starting point. My job as governor, just as it is at my company, with my Fortune 100 clients, is to instigate a conversation with an idea no matter how crazy. But it begins a conversation and will lead to how we solve things. And that was what my style is all about. That's what my style is all about. So with that, I'm exhausted, but just enough energy for any and all Q&A, and I hope there are. No softballs, nothing but high and tight fastballs. Beth, how you doing? Where are you from?
I work for you.
You do? Okay. Where's home?
Lawrenceville.
Okay, it's not Hoboken. Good.
I'm not from Hoboken either.
No, you're not.
I'm Heather Moran. I'm from South Jersey. And I understand what you're saying, that things have to change. But I'm 47 years old. I have given my entire life to public education.
Yes, you have.
To change the rules now is just unfair beyond belief. Because I took a job knowing that I was never going to make $200,000 or $250,000. I didn't leave the profession. I do whatever the commissioner asks. I follow all the rules. So to change the rules now for me at 47, when I'm not going anywhere else. I'm not starting a second career.
How many years in?
25.
Okay, so the only rule I'm changing for you is on a sliding scale when you retire.
Is my health benefit.
You will contribute to your post-retirement health care benefit. Two things. One, I think it's fair in light of the circumstances. And this is where we're going to disagree.
We are going to disagree.
Let me tell you
Respectfully.
respectfully, very respectfully. I understand where you're coming from. By the way, when you said I didn't go to the private sector and make $250,000, I find this with teachers in particular, and I've done tax returns for particular. I've done tax returns. Not everybody in the private sector is making $250,000.
And I agree with that, but I will share this story with you. I went to Rutgers University. I'm a proud New Jersey person from start to finish. Lived in New Jersey my whole life. Went to Rutgers University, applied to the teaching program, sometimes against the better judgment of my parents, who were both educators, and went to apply to the teaching program. And the head of the teaching program said to me, you know, with your GPA and the classes that you've taken, you have a lot of other opportunities.
You chose a vocation.
And that's what I'm saying.
That you're passionate about.
I chose a vocation that I am passionate about.
You know,
I feel like changing the rules now, all this time later, is just a detriment.
I hear you. Now, I'm going to share with you a quick story. My mom is 85. My dad worked on the line for 38 years for Public Service Electric Gas Division, Street Department. 12 months a year, the elements, he's gone now. She collects his pension. She worked 33 years on the line for J&J Quality Assurance. She collects her pension. And she collects her Social Security. 85. Medically intensive because she's a stroke survivor. Now, do not tell her that I told you this. She hates when I do this, but it's too powerful not to. Those 3 checks add up to $26,000 a year. And because my mother is medically intensive, she opted into Medicare Part B to expand her Medicare coverage. So she has $109 a month deducted from her Social Security check. My mother's very, very bright. She was the only one in the family supposed to go to college until she met my dad and got married at 18. Life's not always fair. She's a stroke victim. $109 a month deducted from her Social Security check for Medicare expanded coverage. I don't want to embarrass you, but I think I can get within 5% of what your pension plus your Social Security is going to be upon retirement.
I'm not saying that I'm not a good benefit. I haven't benefited from the system, but I just think that changing it at 47 is very different than what you were promised going forward.
If I promised every one of my 4 kids upon their birth, which I did, and I've come through with heaven's help, here's the promise I made. Every one of you can go to get a bachelor's, a master's, a PhD, and whatever's left in the trust account. My first business, I'm embarrassed to share this with you, my first business sold to Wall Street. And the greatest job I've ever had was an adjunct professor at Seton Hall University, by the way.
It's a great job.
It's a great job. It's a vocation.
It is.
And it's not fair. But you know what? Military personnel defending our country are paid less than teachers, and they live in the Middle East. That's another story. But let me say this. If I made that promise to every one of my 4 kids upon birth, and then somewhere along the way something happened to me, and my wife had to raise those children on her own, and I wasn't able to start that business, sell it to Wall Street. The promise, things change, right? And here's what's changed that people seem to be ignoring. The cost of health care is out of control. The post-retirement health care benefit is out of control, and we pay it on a cash basis. That's why one of the reasons why we're not making a full pension payment. And people living into their 80s and 90s, I'm telling you mathematically.
And millionaires aren't paying their taxes. Right.
Okay. Listen, John is right. Put in a millionaire's tax, and you get $600 million more a year. If you're going to make the SFRA fully funded, and you're going to fully fund the pension, you want to know what we need? It's close to $10 billion. Do you know last year the state put in $2 billion and it earned $3 billion, the pension trust? Because here's the other thing we're all guilty of, every single one of us in education. Do you know what the assumption is on the pension trust in terms of how much it earns? I know you know. It was 8.5, and then we lowered it to 8, and now we recently lowered it to 7.9 because 8 is just a little too offensive. Is anybody in the room earning 7.9% on safe investments, which the pension trust is required to be in? The pension is not allowed to be entirely in the stock market or alternative investments. That's to protect you. Okay? So, it's the post-retirement health care benefit is becoming tremendously expensive, and people living in their 80s and 90s, I'm telling you the math is not. And so what I'm asking us to do, to ensure that come 2026, not according to Democrats, Republicans, or the state, Moody's says that in 2026 your pension trust is gone. And here's why. Last year we put in $2 billion, it earned $3 billion in interest and dividends. That's 5. Do you know how much you paid out to beneficiaries? You want me to ruin your lunch appetite? $11 billion. Yes, ma'am.
So as Governor, what are you going to do about the outrageous prices of health care? That's where it all comes from. What are you going to do to solve it without taking money from us that we were promised?
Yes. So listen, I'm not one of those people that's going to rely on the federal government to solve our problems, and I strongly recommend you continue with innovation, because if you think we're going to solve your problems from Old Trenton, with everything we're up against, keep working, keep being innovative. A couple things. One of the out-of-network expenses, okay, is off the charts. It's off the charts. Okay, that's number one. Number two, we need a different model. Something is terribly wrong. Now, in this country, you know, we seem to sometimes want it both ways. So, do you want to go to a single-payer system that eliminates insurance companies? But I'll tell you this. I'm an MBA CPA, and I'm all for doing the analysis. I'm all for doing the analysis. And we need to analyze a couple different ways to get health care under control. My 20 employees at my current company, I brought them all in January and said, none of you are getting the entire raise I wanted to give. Do you know why? I just got the annual premium notice from our health insurance. Health insurance is up 17% in my company, and I've got a relatively young and healthy workforce. 17%. And anyone who thinks that that's not compressing your wages is kidding. Let me say one thing about this. What is terribly flawed is the contribution you're making to your health care that I'm all for fixing. When someone making $50,000 a year as a teacher ends up with less take-home pay than somebody making $49,000 a year because the health care contribution rates, that's wrong. And we need to fix it. We need to fix it. Yes, ma'am.
So what is your analysis? Are you running for governor? Have you done the analysis?
I'm going to sit down with the insurance companies and say something is terribly wrong. Yeah. And I've also, listen, I've taken some very controversial stance. I am the only Republican on the bill to stop out-of-network charges. And the medical profession isn't happy about it. But here's my problem. If we happen to be in South Jersey and my son has an emergency appendectomy and I end up at a hospital, it's not in my network. Let's just say that hospital has contracts with 5 health insurance companies, but not mine. And the range for an appendectomy with those 5 arm's length negotiated contracts with those health insurance is anywhere from $18,000 to $28,000. And they're going to turn around and charge me $43,000 because it's cha-ching time because I'm out of network? I don't think so. Right. There's a lot wrong with our healthcare system. Now, one of the benefits of living in the Northeast is we get access to great care. But from a cost standpoint, something is wrong. Something is wrong.
But in order to solve the pension problem and all of the other economics in New Jersey, we need to have a governor that is going to tackle that issue because we've worked, we want our pension, we want what was promised to us. We need someone who is not just talking about it, but is going to act and do something in our best interest.
Listen, I stand here before you and tell you there is one promise that is sacred, the pension. To me, because of what's going on in healthcare, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't consider that promise sacred. It needs to be looked at. Now, what I've tried to do is be very, very respectful of all those teachers that retired 10, 20, 30 years ago whose pension plus Social Security is less than $50,000. All bets are off. If it's north of $50,000, we're going to have a sliding scale that you're going to begin to contribute to the post-retirement health care benefit. You wouldn't believe the amount of financial flexibility that provides me as governor to make a full pension payment. And And I know it's not music to your ears, but I say this to you. We have a crisis on our hand with regard to health care. And the post-retirement health care benefit is not sustainable. It's not sustainable.
Assemblyman Ciatarrelli, we thank you. And, I'm sorry, we have three more things. We're ending, or are we going to have him talk privately after? One more, this is it.
If or when you become governor, and you have some very interesting... There's very interesting points you brought up today. How are you going to get everybody else on your side in order to gain consensus for the votes necessary to implement what you're saying?
Style and leadership are all about disagreeing without being disagreeable. And I got to tell you something. I'm not somebody that thinks because you oppose me, respectfully, I have to leave you bludgeoned and bleeding to death on the battlefield. Now, I see NJDOE in the back here. Look back at Ginger. Look back at Francine. Does Jack Ciatarrelli always engage? Does Jack Ciatarrelli ever hate you? Does Jack Ciatarrelli always meet with you?
Is Jack Ciatarrelli going to come for our screening Monday?
I have some, well, let me say this to you. I want to, but now something is scheduled for Monday night that is extremely important to what takes place on June 6th. Okay, yeah. So, listen, it's all about style. It's all about style, gang. I don't hate anybody. I've been too fortunate in life to hate anybody. So, and I'm telling you, if we sit down together, we can find solutions. We sat down together last week with Francine, and there's ideas that are going on in other states with regard to life insurance products that are very interesting. That when you pass, your spouse doesn't get the lifetime medical benefit. They get a big fat lump sum payout from the life insurance that we put in place the moment you became a teacher 30 years ago. And a portion of it goes to the benefit of the spouse, surviving spouse, and a portion of it goes back into the insurance, the pension trust. There are unique ways to solve this. Do you know, we got to have a conversation. We can solve it. Kennedy once said, what man has created, what woman has created, what man has created, man can solve. We can do this together. Thank you all so very, very much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us for an amazing conference. I think we're all leaving here today better informed and motivated to do our part to advocate for our public schools and our profession. I also want to take time to thank our NJPSA staff. They do an amazing job putting this terrific program together. They work really, really hard. Please don't forget to support their work by joining the PAC. She's still right outside the door. If you don't want to do the online like my mom, she writes bills every month. I got to sit down and write checks. You can go right out here and hand in your check if you'd like to. And most importantly, I want to thank you all for being here today, for the dedication you show every day to our profession and our students. And Pat wants to say a quick ditty.
Yes. Okay, we're just conferring here. There is a short, for the board members here, there is a board meeting following, so if you'll get your things and go into the board room. But I really wanted to thank everybody again for being here, and I wanted to come up one last time because I really want to thank Debbie Bradley and Jennifer Keys Maloney for the outstanding job they do. I have the privilege of working with them every day, and I have the privilege of often going with them to Trenton, and boy, we are really blessed to have them as our advocacy team. So thank you very much for all that you do all the time. And thank you to my staff in general, the staff of NJPSA and FEA who come together for this event. And it takes a lot to put it together and support that. And we really appreciate that. And I really appreciate that. And I know the members do also. So thank you and enjoy your St. Patrick's Day luncheon.